Fox Sports.
We are Fox. We are Arizona.
It's the final day of June. Summer here in the Valley means D-backs baseball inside Chase Field. Nice and cozy here, but the Diamondbacks able to turn up the heat on those Dodgers. A thrilling comeback win last night, set for Game 2 of this important series against those boys in blue. Get on the Twitter and the Instagram with the selfies and the whole thing. It's social media night here on Fox Sports Arizona. And try talking into it.
It's not even plugged in. There's no cord. I haven't heard one bird tweet.
You see what I go through, people? Welcome to the broadcast. Good evening from Chase Field. Steve Berthium. I think Bob Brenly along the way. Game 2 of the 3-game series, the D-backs and the Dodgers. Everything, BB, seemed to work last night. What do the Diamondbacks have to do tonight? Hopefully work better than your phone.
Yeah, hopefully work better than this. More of the same. I think you stay aggressive against the Dodgers. We saw 2 bunt base hits. We saw a sacrifice bunt. 6 stolen bases in the game. They really put pressure on the Dodger defense all night long on the bases. But the real key was they were able to come up with the big hit once they got guys into scoring position, including David Peralta with a triple into the gap in left center with a couple teammates aboard.
We'll see if Siri can send out a tweet or two for you on that thing. Your pitching matchup here tonight, Carlos Frias for the Dodgers and Ruby De La Rosa. Yes, it's a Ruby Tuesday here for the D-backs. So what's the key for Ruby tonight?
Well, the last 3 starts, the key has been keeping the ball down. That heavy, sinking 2-seam fastball just pounding away at the bottom of the strike zone, getting a lot of quick outs. Early in the season, Ruby really had to work hard to get his outs. Lately, working with Wellington Castillo, they've been pounding the bottom of the zone, getting a lot of quick innings, quick outs.
D-backs trying to make it 2 in a row against these Dodgers. It wasn't just Goldie last night. The whole team was stepping up. Frias and De La Rosa, Bob Brenly trying to tweet what lay in store ahead on Fox Sports Arizona. blast. How will you live the gig life? By Lone Butte Casino. You're in for more winning moments at Lone Butte Casino. And by Jack in the Box. Taste the new black pepper cheeseburger today, only at Jack in the Box.
Welcome back to Chase Field. I'm Kate Longworth, getting you set for first pitch in this Game 2 between the Dodgers and Diamondbacks. Well, Arizona snapped its 7-game losing skid to LA last night, staging not one, but 2 comebacks. Now, Paul Goldschmidt went out with his usual consistent form and competitive nature and set the tone, but it was his supporting cast that stepped up. Last night, Arizona trailed by 4-0 at one point before Yasmani Tomas came through to tie things up with a 2-run shot, and Arizona stayed aggressive from the 5th to 8th innings, scoring 10 runs after going to combine 10 for 21, drawing 5 walks and connecting for 2 home runs. Now, the Diamondbacks knew going into that game if they wanted to be the best in the NLS, well, they're going to have to beat the best, and they did just that. Now, can they do it again? The stars seem to align on this Ruby Tuesday. Ruby De La Rosa taking the mound. Ruby Tuesday, but will it also be Taco Tuesday? We'll see if the offense can keep up and if Ruby can get the job done. Stay with us.
D-backs fans getting the opportunity to take the field with the Diamondbacks and take a selfie with one of the players. How about this? Smile, AJ. This is about how it went for you, Bob Brenly, in our open.
It took a lot longer than that, let me tell you.
There you go.
Yeah, what a great opportunity for those 8 fans to get out there on the field.
It's a Ruby Tuesday. Ruby De La Rosa, 1 loss in his last 10 starts. He is your Arizona Ford starting pitcher against these LA Dodgers. Diamondbacks with a chance to get within 4 of LA in the National League West, and a win tonight would clinch the series for the Diamondbacks and also get Arizona back to within 1 game of 500 for the year. The numbers on Ruby: 6 wins, 87 strikeouts, already career highs. He's given up only 2 earned runs over his last 3 starts.
Has been really good over his last 3 against the Giants, the Padres, and the Rockies. The start before this 3-game stretch, however, was against the Dodgers, and they banged him around pretty good at Dodger Stadium, so you know he's got revenge on his mind. This is his arsenal tonight. You'll see a lot of 2-seamers. You'll see a lot of changeups. That 2-seamer has really become a legitimate weapon for him.
The lineup for Don Mattingly's LA Dodgers looks a lot like it did last night.
Yeah, real oddity here. Both teams going with the same starting lineup. Jock Peterson in center, Howie Kendrick at second, Justin Turner down at third base, Adrian Gonzalez waiting on the top step. He'll be the cleanup hitter. Yasiel Puig in right field. Andre Ethier out in left. Yasmani Grandal behind the plate. Veteran Jimmy Rollins at shortstop, and right-hander Carlos Frias on the mound.
There's Carlos Frias awaiting his turn. The Diamondbacks put the shift on defensively for the left-hand hitting rookie Jock Peterson, a center fielder. Set to lead it off, the crew chief Mike Winters is our plate umpire. We are underway in downtown Phoenix. Peterson hitting just over 240 now with 20 homers, and number 20 came here last night off Allen Webster. It was one of the longest home runs we've seen hit here at Chase Field this year.
At least during an actual game. He put on quite a show in batting practice today.
Cool and comfortable inside beautiful Chase Field. The air conditioning cranked up here. Very cozy inside. There's a high strike call from Winters, and it's 2-1.
From what we understand, this is the place to be tonight. Lots of pop-up storms all around the area. Come on down.
We may have to go to our ace weatherman Ralph Kelso for a Ralph Kelso spot-on weather forecast. Nick Ahmed all by himself over there with a shift on against Peterson, and that's the first out.
Nick has done this so many times in that exaggerated pole shift. He's the only man at home on that left side of the infield. Makes a nice diving stop to keep Peterson off base.
A look at the Diamondbacks around Ruby De La Rosa, our mid-first bank starting defense.
Same way we looked last night. Peralta, Pollock, Tomas in the outfield. Lamb, Ahmed, Owings, and Goldschmidt across the infield with Wellington Castillo behind the plate for Ruby De La Rosa.
And these two have worked extremely well together as a battery. It's like they've been teammates for a long time. They've known each other for a long time. Very comfortable with each other out there. Ruby jumps ahead of Howie Kendrick, 0-2.
Good slider there from Ruby. Excuse me, partner. That's a pitch that kind of comes and goes for him. Some days he's got a real good one and he'll use it quite a bit. Other days he's not feeling it and will just rely on the fastball changeup. That's a perfect example right there. He threw a real good one on the pitch before, so he tried to throw an even better one and just left it up and in.
A ball and 2 strikes. Fastball misses away, and Kendrick is back even 2-2, just under 290 and 6 homers. Shoots this one down the right field line. That's a fair ball. It's in the corner. As Manny Tomas plays it off to Karen, and Howie Kendrick, who has been a big problem for the Diamondbacks all season long, is in there with his 15th double.
Earlier this season, we called Howie Kendrick a professional hitter, and this is why. Foul line to foul line. That's not a bad pitch from Ruby De La Rosa. Howie Kendrick just put a nice swing on it, kept it fair down that right field line. No easy way to pitch to him, no easy way to defend against it.
He was on base 3 times last night, a single, a pair of walks, a 1-out double here for the third baseman Justin Turner, who's hitting .324 this year. Turner a pair of singles last night in the series opener. Those 11 homers a career high, and already 4 more than he hit all of last year. And swinging a very productive bat right now. He's hot. Heard Justin Turner on the radio today doing a national radio spot talking about the more relaxed clubhouse atmosphere, is sort of the way he put it. It's a different vibe in there. A little more easygoing this season than it was last year.
Boy, and he is pushing the rules right to the limit. That's very similar to what Gonzo used to do. Any part of your foot in contact with any part of the batter's box and you're considered to be in the box. So he just barely brushes the inside of that right foot against the very back side of that batter's box.
That make you uncomfortable as the catcher?
Well, you just have to be aware of it. I mean, that's one of the last things you do before you give signs to the pitcher is make sure you know where that batter is set up in the box and move accordingly. Back up a little bit if you have to. Scoot up a little bit if you can.
A ball and 2 strikes.
The amazing thing for me about Justin Turner as you watch him in this batter's box, he's got a lot of things going on. He's got that wide open stance. We showed you he's way in the back of the box. He's got a really high leg kick, a little bit of a hitch with his hands. And usually guys that have that many moving parts will go into a slump at some point for a week or 10 days or longer as Turner goes down on that slider.
A lot of hard fastballs in that at bat, and you got him with that slider you mentioned earlier when Kendrick was up.
It's a good pitch for him when he's getting it around the strike zone. Very defensive swing that time from Turner. But I looked at the game logs last night, and my math's not always great. I think he's only had one stretch this year of 3 games where he went hitless. Usually guys that have a lot of moving parts like that will disappear for weeks at a time as their timing and their rhythm goes away.
Adrian Gonzalez just under 300 with 13 home runs. Kendrick at second, 2 outs. Gonzalez 0 for 4 last night. He walked and scored a run.
No mistakes to this guy. Talk about inning management. We talked about that quite a bit the last couple of weeks as the starting pitching has gotten better and better and better, and they work their way through the early innings of a ball game. This is one of those situations where you don't really care if you walk Adrian Gonzalez. You either execute a perfect pitch or miss in your favor.
Puig would be next. Ruby behind 2-0. Right by him at 96, and Ruby's back even, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Good hard 2-seamer started on the outer third, worked its way off that outside corner. Kendrick got a little crazy out there at second base. Lost his footing as he tried to plant and get back to the bag. Part of the reason you want to be careful with this guy is last 22 ball games here at Chase Field, he's a .444 hitter with 24 runs driven in. Any opportunity you get to make it tough on him or completely take the bat out of his hands, I think that's a wise move.
Well, Ruby's had to work already, and a 20-pitch first inning on the way. Field, Peralta at the track. He's got room. Everybody take a deep breath. We're still scoreless at Chase. season, 19-18 to Chase Field. Conversely, the Dodgers this year 6 under 500 on the road. And your Arizona Ford starting pitcher for LA, Carlos Frias, the 25-year-old right-hander. Not really a strikeout pitcher. He's up there looking for ground ball outs. In fact, he's got a ground ball rate that's better than both Clayton Kershaw and Zach Greinke.
He's another one of those guys. You'll see a lot of fastballs, a two-seamer, a four-seamer, a cutter. Mixes in a changeup as an off-speed pitch. Doesn't really throw a lot of breaking balls. He has a slider, but rarely uses it.
Strike one to A.J. Pollock. A.J. 297 and 9 homers. Chip Hale has said he prefers A.J. Pollock to hit in the 2-hole, the second spot in the order, but with Ender Inciarte on the DL. And A.J. is the leadoff man. Ender is here, and Chip said today they don't expect Ender Inciarte back before the All-Star break. It's likely going to be somewhere in the early part of the second half of the year. There's Ender. They're going to be extra careful with him after that hamstring injury. So it's going to be a while yet. 2-1 to Pollock.
Well, to quote the Supremes, you can't hurry love and you can't hurry a hamstring, especially for a guy that runs as well as Ender Inciarte. That's a big part of his game, and you certainly don't want to rush him back too soon and have him re-injured.
Got to make sure he's 1,000% ready to go, and then he's got to play in some rehab games just to get back in the swing of things. Frias a leadoff walk. And Pollock's aboard the lineup for Chip Hale's D-backs today.
Doing his job as the leadoff man. A.J. Pollock will be out in center field. David Peralta in left field. Goldie down at first base. Yasmani Tomas in right field. Jake Lamb at third. Wellington Castillo doing the catching. The double play combination is Chris Owens at second. Nick Ahmed at short. And Ruby De La Rosa on the mound.
David Peralta at the plate. 269 and 6 homers. That trademark lean back and hand kiss is becoming a thing, as the kids say on the social media. Double play ball here. Kendrick Rollins. Peralta beats it out. They get one.
A tailor-made double play ball. Kendrick's feed to Jimmy Rollins kind of took him to the inside of the baseline and made an awkward one-hop throw to Gonzalez, who does stay on the bag, but David able to leg it out for a fielder's choice.
Mid-first bank starting defense for the Dodgers.
Same way they lined him up last night. Ethier in left, Peterson in center, Puig in right. It'll be Turner and Rollins on the left side of the infield with Kendrick and Gonzalez on the right side. Yasmani Grandal doing the catching for Carlos Frias.
Paul Goldschmidt. Diamondbacks very aggressive on the bases last night. There's strike one to Goldie, hitting .252. That's only 1 point behind the Marlins' D. Gordon for the National League lead. Third in the batting order, second in the National League in batting average and wins above replacement, #1 in the hearts of D-backs fans everywhere.
Absolutely.
Nice work on that sign. That's an art school project, that thing.
He's not wasting his time. Her time.
I think the sign's bigger than she is. One and one to Goldie.
After that foul ball by Paul Goldschmidt, let's take a look at our Valley Honda keys to the game tonight. Last night it was be aggressive and be alert. That worked so well, we're going to try to stay aggressive and stay alert.
Same lineup, same keys. Brought to you by your Valley Honda dealers. A ball and 2 strikes. Frias not particularly sharp here early. So far 10 pitches, more balls than strikes. 2-2 on Goldie.
Be watching the game. I don't know if I tell you that.
Just does get a piece of that one. Goldie had to kind of limbo down there just to get a piece.
Been good at that, getting a piece, staying alive in the at bat. Watch Carlos Frias out there, and usually when you see a pitcher do something like this, watch him as he gets his sign and takes the ball right up the right side of his body, his right hip, right up his rib cage, and then sneaks it into the glove. Usually that's an indication that somewhere along the line he was showing his pitches. When he was bringing his bare hand and the ball into his glove, he was showing something that allowed the hitter to read what was coming next. So he's come up with this device. Starts with that changeup grip, drags it right up the right side of his body and into his glove so the batter cannot see it at all.
Don't most guys get a grip while the ball is already inside the glove?
He starts with the changeup grip, and then as he goes into the glove there and has his glove hidden behind his body, that's when he changes the grip so the batter can't see anything.
Goldie making him work here, still 2-2. Well, you got to be paranoid to be a pitcher. All these cameras all over the ballpark, guys in the dugout, guys upstairs, looking for some little telltale sign of what you're trying to do out there.
It's preemptive. You know all the cameras are on you. You know everybody in that other dugout's watching every move you make.
Once again, Goldie behind in the count, and he's worked it back full. Leading the National League in walks and on base percentage. Tomas would be next. Kendrick shaded near the second base bag. There's a ton of room with Gonzalez holding Peralta on the bag at first. Ton of room over there on the right hand side. There goes Peralta. Goldie lays off it. It's ball 4. Second walk in the inning issued by Carlos Frias. And here comes Yasmani Tomas. Tomas on base twice last night, including as Bob Brenly correctly guaranteed his first Chase Field home run.
I think my guarantee expired when Mike Bolsinger came out of the game. I thought that's who he was going to get with that big slow curveball, but it turned out he whacked a 94-mile-an-hour fastball out of here to left.
314 and now 4 homers. He's got Peralta at second, Goldschmidt at first, and still only 1 out. Keep in mind, Frias will be looking for that ground ball here.
If you're a hitter, you have to tell yourself, make him get it up. Don't swing at that 2-seam fastball down around the knees.
No, he didn't. 2-0.
It's a real good take right there. That's a double play waiting to happen. Tomas has really feasted on Dodger pitching just the last 3 ball games. 4 for 13 with 2 homers and 4 driven in.
Lays off the 2-0, and it's 3 balls and no strikes. 17 pitches, only 6 strikes for Carlos Frias.
I love the approach. Frias is a guy that rarely gets deep into a ball game anyway. Only 1 time this year has he gone a full 7 innings. Usually he's right around 4 or 5, maybe 6 innings in a ball game, depending on pitch count. And a long first inning like this with a couple of base on balls is going to get him out of here quicker.
Keep in mind the Dodgers used 7 pitchers last night. There's a bouncer to third. Turner gets 1 and gets 2. He does indeed get the double play ball he was looking for, and that ends the threat. No score after 1 here at Chase Field. America's national holiday with friends and family in the cool air-conditioned comfort of Chase Field as the Diamondbacks take on the Rockies. Then after the ball game, we'll open up the roof for the post-game fireworks spectacular presented by Gila River Casino. Get your 4th of July tickets right now at dbacks.com. Yasiel Puig leads off the second here at Chase Field. No score. Nice and cool inside. All your Diamondback items right here at the ballpark. Puig 289 and 3 homers.
Puig 0 for 4 in the ball game last night. He did draw a base on balls leading off the 5th inning, but was stranded on base and was very close to snapping a bat over his knee a couple times last night.
95 misses inside, and it's 1-2. Puig has not hit away from Dodger Stadium this year. He's batting .224 on the road compared to nearly .360 at home.
Puig also pulled up a little bit lame chasing a foul ball in the game last night. Had a long run from his position in right field and really came limping into foul territory as the ball dropped.
Just misses away at 96, and it's 2-2.
Miss in your favor.
Mike Winters, the crew chief, back there tonight. So a roller to shortstop, Nick Ahmed. You know, he's got that Dan Marino kind of throwing motion. It's this sort of three-quarter-ish over the top. It's hard to explain. It always reminds me of Dan Marino throwing a football.
The thing that gets me is he unloads that ball a step quicker than most shortstops and most infielders, period. He knows Puig's got some speed. He's running down that first baseline. Usually it takes an infielder an extra step to get a grip on the ball, get your footwork correct, and then throw across the diamond. Nick gets rid of it so fast.
Very good high school pitcher growing up in Western Massachusetts, Nick Ahmed. Recruited by a lot of colleges to pitch, but he wanted to play shortstop. 1-0 to Andre Ethier. 268, 10 home runs for Ethier, who had a big day here yesterday. 3 hits, including a double and a home run. Base hit to center.
Hey fans, when the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Enter promo code DBACKS50 at papajohns.com. We probably should have ordered up some Papa John's after that big victory last night.
Celebrate.
That'd have been a nice pregame meal today.
That was one of the best games of the year. A great night here at Chase Field. Diamondbacks came from behind several times in that ball game. Shift is on now for Yasmani Grandal, the switch hitting catcher who bats from the left hand side against De La Rosa. 11 homers. He got number 11 last night. His home run was away from the shift. Opposite field, went out to left. Ball 1. This was Yasmani Grandal last night against Alan Webster, as Ethier and Grandal went back to back in the 4th. Dodgers homered 3 times in that 4th inning last night. And Alan Webster, after the ball game, was sent down to AAA Reno. Reliever Matt Stites called up. He's available in the Diamondback bullpen. Ruby behind 2-0. He wants to talk to Castillo. Roster move today.
It was clear Alan Webster was a little overmatched, especially last night. Just could not throw consistent strikes. Walked the first 2 batters on 8 pitches. Hit the 3rd batter. Just needs to go down and relax and do what he's capable of doing. His stuff is too good to put up numbers like he has here at the big league level.
It's funny talking to Oral Hershiser, working Dodger TV for this series. He said there was a lot to like about Alan Webster last night. He liked the stuff. And that sinker can be a weapon for Allen. There's no question. He's got to find some command, though, and control. 2-0 on Grandal with Ethier at first and 1 out. Patrick Corbin, there's some speculation now. Of course, when you send Alan Webster down, he's a starting pitcher. You call up Matt Stites, he's a relief pitcher. So the question becomes, who is going to make the next start that would have belonged to Alan Webster? Well, there's a chance, and I emphasize the word chance, it will be Patrick Corbin Saturday. They have said they would prefer to give Patrick one more start with Reno and then have him make his debut when we're at Texas. But there is a small chance that he'll start Saturday against Colorado. We'll see. That's extremely tentative right now.
If you think about it, there are numerous options for the Diamondbacks to plug that hole in the rotation. You could patch it together out of the bullpen with some combination of Josh Comenter and Andrew Chafin and Randall Delgado and whoever else you need after that. So you could possibly call up Jhoulys Chacin from AAA, who's been pitching really well down there for the Aces.
A lot of options. Rondal once again lifts it the other way, backs up Peralta, and once again it's gone. 2-0 Dodgers. His 12th of the year and his 2nd in as many games.
Very similar to his home run in the ball game last night. We talked about it last night. A left-hander that can backspin the ball to left field. I mean, this ball didn't have any slice on it at all. It's a great carry out there to the opposite field.
Yasmani Grandal now with 12 home runs on the season. 7 of them have come here in June. A very productive bat lately. Here's Rollins. 2 runs in, still only 1 out. And that's the 16th home run this year, given up by Ruby De La Rosa. We've talked about before Wellington Castillo and his ability to kind of calm Ruby down in these situations. They work very well together. he's able to steady Ruby just a bit and get him through these rough spots. The bouncer to Goldie. Two down for the pitcher, Frias.
Pitcher number 77, Carlos Frias.
Ruby had given up just 2 earned runs in his last 3 starts, but the Dodgers get a 2 spot here in the second, and Frias is up there with an 0-1 count and 2 down. Bunts it foul.
We know that Zach Greinke and Clayton Kershaw can help themselves with the bat when they're on the mound for the Dodgers. Not so much for Carlos Frias. 1 for 18 this season with 10 strikeouts.
There's old friend Brandon McCarthy there, along with Kershaw, Greinke. Brett Anderson, who starts tomorrow against Robbie Ray, a matchup of lefties. 0-2 pitch. In there, called strike 3. Second strikeout for De La Rosa. But Yasmani Grandal gets his 12th of the year, and the Dodgers have a 2-0 lead.
Jake Lamb told me despite being pain-free in that left foot, it was still a bit of a challenge getting caught up to speed, especially at the plate. The D-backs third baseman said he was seeing the ball well in his rehab stints, but said coming to this big league action, it took several reps to get his swing back. Recognizing that, the D-backs are giving him more plate appearances versus strictly playing to the matchups. And Jake went on to tell me that being away from the game gave him a greater appreciation for baseball and also allowed him a little too much time for video games and, of course, social media. And you can hear more from Jake in my web exclusive with him at foxsportsarizona.com.
I mean, you miss 42 games, you can play a lot of Assassin's Creed on the old PS4. 1-0. Base hit for Lamb. It's it right at second base umpire Marty Foster, and Jake is aboard with the Diamondbacks' first hit, a leadoff single.
Good low ball hitter, stayed right on that one. That's the short, quick swing we saw from Jake before the foot injury. Very abbreviated follow through, but quick to the hitting zone.
One of last night's heroes now, Wellington Castillo, as Grandal pays a mound visit. 223, 6 homers. And he has been a big bat as of late in this Diamondback lineup. Pair of hits last night, including the RBI double in the 8th inning that gave the D-backs the lead for good. Ball one.
I'll tell you, partner, other than the catcher, if there's one guy you want to make sure his glove is properly laced up, it's the first baseman. Goldie doing a little handiwork over there on his own between innings.
There's Ryan DePanfilo, the assistant trainer right next to Goldie. Oftentimes you'll see Ryan or Ken Crenshaw work on the glove, but America's first baseman, he works on his own stuff.
I'll tell you what, if you want a challenging afternoon sometime, take a baseball glove and just untie a random knot and pull that lace all the way through and then try to relace it. Man, I'm telling you, it'll drive you crazy. It's like a puzzle. This one wraps around and then it goes, where does it go? Where does it come out? There's holes everywhere on the glove. There's knots everywhere. I mean, it takes an engineer to relace a baseball glove.
Base hit. Fair ball down the left field line. Lamb is on the run. Andy Green's going to stop him at third. And Wellington Castillo is out at second. The throw in from Andre Ethier from the left field corner. Gets Castillo. Hold on. Chip Hale on the top step of the dugout. Artie Foster, the second base umpire.
An awkward slide by Wellington into second base. Ethier correctly throws to second base rather than try to get the lead runner. If Welly could have slid to the inside part of the bag right there, Kendrick would have had to go a lot farther to apply that tag.
Yeah, he's going to come off. They are not going to challenge the call, so Castillo sends Lamb to third, a single and the putout. 7-4 on the throw. There's a good look. Yeah, he's out. So Lamb at third, one out, and here's Chris Owings. Well, you said be aggressive, keep your foot on the gas pedal there. That's going to happen from time to time.
There's close play at second. Took a perfect throw to get him. That's what you want to do. Put pressure on the defense. Make them make perfect plays to get you out. And I'd still say a better slide. He's probably in there safely at second base. Well, this could potentially be a good matchup for CO. You got a guy on the mound that throws lots of fastballs. Now, granted, some of them are two seams, some of them are cutters, some of them are four seamers, but he doesn't throw a lot of off-speed pitches, and that's what's been giving Chris a lot of problems lately.
Well, he's tonight not throwing a lot of strikes. 25 pitches, 15 balls for Carlos Frias. And he's behind on Owings, 2-0. Chris had a base hit in last night's game. He scored twice. Whole bunch of room in left center field. There's a strike, 2-1.
Another option for Chris Owings. I don't think we'll see it right here, but he leads the Diamondbacks with 4 bunts for base hits. The Diamondbacks lead the National League in that category with 15 base hit bunts.
Two and two. Turner had been playing even with a bag at third. He'll back up now with a 2-2 count on Owings. In the air, left center, long run for Peterson. He runs it down, and here comes Jake Lamb. RBI for Owings, and the Diamondbacks answer. It's 2-1. Two down now for Nick Ahmed, homered last night. 233 on the year, now 5 home runs. This was Nick last night off Joel Peralta. Hanging nothing ball.
That's what was supposed to happen. The curveballs that stay up there belt high on the inside part of the plate. Nick did not miss it. A big at bat for Nick right here. Trying to roll the lineup over. Get Ruby up to the plate in this inning.
Took a big cut at that one. He's down 0-2. Ruby would be next.
Get one on the owing sac fly. After two, they trail it 2-1.
Back in 1999, some funny looking swings there. Watch out.
Oh, Booney.
Yeah, Booney. That one almost ate him up. Ooh. It was tough enough facing Randy and the stuff that he featured, but then you saw him walking off the mound there. It's not a comfortable at bat.
Snarling.
Yeah. Jeez. I don't know if I want to get a hit against this guy or not.
D-backs will put the shift on for Jock Peterson, who grounded out to shortstop away from the shift to lead off the ball game. And once again, Nick Ahmed all by his lonesome on that left-hand side. Peterson walked and homered last night. He scored twice. And the home run, his 20th of the year, is third in the last 10 games. And in fact, last night may have been the quintessential Jock Peterson game. He walked, he struck out, and he hit a home run in that order. And he almost always does one of those three things almost every time up.
Three true outcomes, and nobody's done it better than Jock Peterson. 316 plate appearances, 168 times he's either homered, struck out, or walked.
It's amazing. Second in the league in strikeouts, tied for second in the league in walks, and tied for fifth with Goldie in home runs. They each have 20.
He struck out looking 25 times already this season.
That home run he hit last night. Holy cow. This is a high fly ball, short left center, Pollock coming on. And that's the first out here in the third.
We showed you that Randy Johnson highlight from '99, striking out 17 Cincinnati Reds. There's another left-handed strikeout pitcher that's having himself a pretty nice run right now. Chris Sale of the White Sox, pitching against the Cardinals tonight, has already struck out 11 batters. That gives him 10 or more strikeouts in 8 straight starts, tying Pedro Martinez.
Nasty lefty Chris Sale. White Sox and Cardinals tied 1-1 in the 8th in St. Louis. White Sox are a big disappointment this year. Everybody expected great things from them, but it hasn't worked out so far. Kendrick doubled his first time up, and once again he drops one fair down the right field line. Tomas is over to cut it off, and Kendrick settles for a single. Boy, the Diamondbacks have just had their hands full with Kendrick all year long. Now in 11 games versus the Diamondbacks this year, counting tonight, he's got 14 hits.
Well, his first at bat, he took a pitch away and drove it down the right field line. This time, that's just a exaggerated inside-out swing on a pitch that's on the inner third of the plate. It even shocked Kendrick, but he kept it fair down that right field line.
So he's 2 for 2. Here's Turner, who struck out his first time. Ruby just smiling. What can you do? Speaking of productive, Justin Turner, 6 homers, 12 RBIs in his last 13 games. And Gonzalez on deck. Don Mattingly, midway through the month, asked about his plan for third base, and he said, well, it's pretty much Justin Turner. That's the plan. He's really played well. They traded Uribe. They have another Cuban phenom signed for big bucks. Hector Oliveira, more than $62 million. He's no kid. He's 30 years old. He plays third base. And is scheduled to be here at some point soon. So they're going to have to think of something. 1-1.
The Dodgers are not a very aggressive base running team. As a matter of fact, Paul Goldschmidt has more stolen bases than the entire Dodger roster.
Yeah. Goldie might end up with a 30-30 season.
It's quite possible.
He's got 15 steals and 20 homers. And here we are the last day of June. This is chopped foul right to Low Bundy at third. Davey Lopes, now he knew from stealing bases. To take off from first. The helmet had come flying off like Willie Mays. The hair was flying. Say at third, Russell at short, Lopes at second, Garvey at first.
For years, National League opponents had to deal with those 4 guys every day.
One ball and 2 strikes on Justin Turner. Kendrick at first. Missed with that one. It's 2-2. Years from now, Justin Turner will be talking about when he played. Man, my beard was flowing, flying around the bases. Great moss. Ruby 50 pitches, 30 strikes, 2-2. He gets Turner for the second time tonight. 3 strikeouts for Ruby, 2 down.
We talk about staying out of the middle of the plate. Got him to chase a slider way off the outside corner, and then comes back with a fastball running right in on his hands. Turner just can't catch up to that one.
Adrian Gonzalez flied out his first time. Shift is on for the Diamondbacks. And Gonzalez, much like Rondal, he flied out to end the first, hit the ball the other way to Peralta in left. Coming inside here. Gonzalez got off to a sizzling start this year. He was hitting over .380 at the end of April with 8 home runs. But he's been fairly pedestrian the last 2 months. Since May the 1st, hitting .265 and 5 homers. It's this out to center field. A.J. Pollock, David Peralta over there in left center. And once again, Gonzalez flies out to Peralta to end an inning. Diamondbacks trail at 2-1.
And I am joined by Adrian Knobloch, who is the fast Twitter typing hand behind @RealDBackNation. And just take me through what was going on tonight as the Diamondbacks celebrated #DBackSocial.
Oh, it was great. We had a lot of players come up here, and a lot of people got their pictures. And I know a lot of people won different items just from hashtagging DBackSocial. Huge turnout.
Yeah, fans even got to run out onto the field to start the game. But you guys are doing more than just the action that's happening out on the diamond. Take me through what else you guys are all about.
Well, a lot of people donate their promo items and things like that to us. And what we do is we get them signed, and then we auction them off at dbacknation.com. And so far we've given $17,000 to Brad Ziegler's Pastime for Patriots and $25,000 to Phoenix Children's Hospital for Paul Goldschmidt to put different books in there for kids. So,
well, now I want to ask you, since you're in such a giving mood, do you think you could head up to our booth and get Bob Brenly on Twitter? He needs some help with the phone.
I would love to try, because we have a lot of bobbleheads we want signed so that we could auction and make a lot of money.
Well, there you have it, @BB. What do you think?
I would love to sign the bobbleheads to help out in any way I can, but boy, you're climbing a real tall mountain.
He said he'll get your bobblehead signed, but he's just not sure about this whole Twitter thing.
Bummer. We'll help him out.
Maybe we could have a ghost account for him, you know?
Yeah, oh, that's perfect. I'm sure there's like 5 popping up right now.
Yeah, that's dangerous. So that might be your motivation right there, Bob.
Mustache. I think that's the one.
There you have it. Will be a race to see who can file that one first.
Ruby De La Rosa leads off the Diamondback third and bounces one to Turner. Backhand stop, plants and throws. And they got him at first.
Ooh, that was close.
Right, Klinsky, the first base umpire. Turner really had to make a long throw there, and Ruby was busting it up the line. Chip Hale was on the top step.
A nice backhanded play by Turner, but then he styles a little bit, looks in the stands. Look at me, I made a nice play, and he made it really close over there at first base because Ruby was hustling down that line.
They're going to challenge the call at first. Chip Hale has asked the umpires to put on the headsets. I think he's safe. Remember, it's a catch. We say this all the time when the ball is in the back of the mitt. That is sort of the point of demarcation. when you're looking at this on the video. In any case, it's another replay review brought to you by Mix One. When is it in the back of the mitt? Right.
Oh, he's safe.
Yeah, not even close.
On the bag already. Yeah, he's going to be safe at first.
Another good call in the video room by D-backs video coordinator Alan Campbell. This one shouldn't take long. We got McClinsky, the first base umpire. On the far left there, Mike Winters, the crew chief, talking to New York.
This is why we said be aggressive and be alert last night. Watch Turner. He makes a nice play, but then a little styling right there, looking off into foul territories. He got a grip on the ball. Could have gotten rid of that much quicker, and it would have been an easy out at first base.
D-backs win the challenge. A base hit for Ruby. And that's another replay review brought to you by Mix One. The updated standings there. Leadoff man aboard for A.J. Pollock, who walked his first time. A.J. singled, stole a base, and scored a run last night. He was 1 for 5. The home run porch. It's a great seat. You're actually almost in the field of play. You hang over the field of play out there, and right center and left center. It's a great view of the ball game. 40 pitches for Frias, only 21 strikes. How about AJ, the juggler?
We've seen him do that a couple of times tonight already. Goes a couple steps down there on the way to the clubhouse and juggling 3 baseballs. I'm not sure the purpose of that, but hey, whatever it takes.
You should see him with his ventriloquist dummy. 2-1. Lines it to Puig and right.
Hey fans, anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
David Peralta now.
That'll go as an out for AJ, but that was a well-struck ball on a line all the way out to Yasiel Puig in right field. Good to see him driving that ball to the opposite field again.
Almost hit it over Puig's head out there. When I was a kid, everybody in Little League did the Joe Morgan chicken wing thing. I think every Little League kid in the Valley is doing the David Peralta lean and hand kiss. Right there. That's an absolute signature move.
Well, if you're going to do that much of it, you may as well add the pop the bat straight up and down. He stands there with the bat kind of laying on his back shoulder, and right before Frias delivers, he pops it straight up into a vertical position. You got to get the whole thing.
Let's see, this is it right here. Lean back, there it is. There's your pop.
No, the pop's coming. Here. Come on up.
Of course, you got to get the green tape. It's a whole thing. Try this again.
Right there.
It's almost like he's fly fishing.
Fly fishing is to fishing like social media is to talking to people. Well, It's easy to talk to people. It's easy to carry on a conversation. Fishing is easy when you got a spinning reel and a lure or a bobber and a hook. You start that fly fishing, now you're getting into some tough territory.
Tying those fancy flies.
Different knots and all kinds of stuff.
And you know, you got to do the whole pendulum thing, right? Where you're back and forth and back and forth.
You know, I've been fly fishing probably a half a dozen times, and I really enjoyed it, but 4 of the 6 times I had a guide. So if you snap off your line or something snagged on a rock or something, they'll just hand you another rod that's already ready to go. And they'll fix the one that broke down. That's the way to do it.
I am haunted by waters, in the words of Norman McLean. 2-2. Good at bat here by David. He's worked it full. Goldie on deck. Ball 4. Third walk issued by Carlos Frias, and here comes Goldie with 1 out. Goldie walked his first time up.
And he's on the verge of breaking a Diamondbacks record. He's already drawn 61 walks before the All-Star game, which Luis Gonzalez also did back in 2002. Goldie's got 10 more games before the All-Star break. I got to believe he's going to walk at least once more in the next 10 days.
He's hit safely in 10 straight games and 17 of his last 19. Pitch number 50 from Frias. 95-mile-an-hour fastball right by him, 0-1. De La Rosa, the pitcher, at second. Peralta at first. All hard stuff and up to Goldie so far. Senators with us tonight.
Always good to see Senator John McCain at the D-backs game. Big fan.
We have a senator and a governor here.
Yes, we do.
Greg Schulte working just to our right on the radio side. This can't be fun. Behind to Goldie, 2 balls and a strike, 2 on, 1-run game.
Well, he's a little upset because he thought he should have had a called strike on the last pitch. Really gave home plate umpires Mike Winters a look.
Look at Andy Green. Quick feet down there at third.
You get to a point where you're just standing there waiting, and it gets to be a little bit too long. Staring out at that pitcher, your mind starts to wander just a little bit, and Goldie did exactly the right thing. Step out, regroup, start over again.
Frias has never looked comfortable from the get-go. He walked the first batter he faced tonight. Pollock walked 2 in that first inning. And hasn't come anywhere close to finding any kind of a rhythm or tempo out there. And a chance here to take advantage. 2-2 to Goldie with 2 on and 1 out. Goldie 3-2 last time and walked him.
That's why Frias doesn't rely much on a breaking pitch. That was his slider, and he's just as likely to spike it in the dirt like he did right there as he is to throw it around the strike zone. So Dodger catchers rarely call for it.
Three balls, two strikes. Ay, ay, ay. Scampers back to second. Jock Peterson coming in on that one.
Nice play by young Jock Peterson, playing extremely deep out there in center, respecting Goldie's power, and then just jam shot floater out there in shallow center. I'm not sure where that throw was supposed to be. It was kind of between second and first. Just get it back to the infield.
So here's Tomas now with two down. Get into a double play at third base to end the first, his first time up. Diamondbacks had 2 on, 1 out in that first inning. Could not get a run across as Tomas hit into the double play that ended the inning. They've had 2 on, 1 out here now in the third. Randall Delgado, Enrique Burgos.
Nervous energy there. I think that's why I could never have been a relief pitcher. The uncertainty. You don't know if you're going to get in the game or not. Is it going to be a blowout game? Is it going to be a tie game in extra innings? You have no idea what situation you might face in a ball game if you even get in. That would drive me nuts.
There's a lot of converted starters back there. Daniel Hudson, Randall Delgado, Andrew Chafin. 2-2 now. A lot of guys that have had to make that adjustment.
And especially in the National League, if you're a bench player or a backup catcher or backup infielder, whatever the case is, you know there's a good chance you might get in there as part of a double switch or a pinch hit, pinch run, come in as a defensive replacement late, whatever the case may be. You have a chance to get into every game.
So is that the only reason you never became a relief pitcher?
Well, that and the fact I was an athlete.
Oh, and we all know pitchers are not athletes. There's Matt Stites, just called up from Reno today. 2-2. It's full. Lamb would be next. Laboring. But so far he's given up only 1 run. 61 pitches, barely more strikes than balls. De La Rosa at second, Peralta at first. They'll be off with a pitch here. 3-2, 2 outs to Yasmani Tomas. Here go the runners. Tomas hits it right to Kendrick at second, knocks it down and recovers. And Frias once again escapes the big inning. Keeps it a 2-1 ball game. 100% real lime juice. A little bit of lime, a whole lot of flavor. Pick up yours today, now available at your local retailer. Article that is blowing up the internet right now, written by the great baseball writer at Yahoo Sports, Jeff Passan, about Yasiel Puig. And the article begins, inside the Dodgers clubhouse, the contempt some teammates hold for outfielder Yasiel Puig is no longer a secret limited to whispers. They discuss it openly. And one Dodger player is quoted as saying, "We've talked about this. At this point, a trade of Puig," he says, "would be addition by subtraction."
Ouch.
They have had it with Puig. The article also says that the team has had to resign itself to the fact that the Dodgers don't plan to trade their mega talented outfielder, no matter how deep the problem is.
Well, good luck with that.
You can read that right now at yahoosports.com. Jeff Passan.
It's tough enough to win Major League Baseball games when everybody's pulling on the same end of the rope.
We grounded out his first time. He leads off the fourth against Ruby De La Rosa, who was on the bases there for a long time. After that single to lead off the bottom of the third, and Puig laces one right by the glove of Jake Lamb, and it's in the left field corner. Yasiel Puig, his 8th double.
Ruby's got his work cut out for him. You mentioned that long half inning. He spent 18 minutes on the base paths and didn't even get on the plate. But as we know, most starting pitchers are used to going back to the dugout between innings and sitting down, put a jacket on, get a cool drink, towel off a little bit, and then go back to work. Ruby didn't have that opportunity in that last half inning because he was on base.
Ethier singled and scored his first time up. Came in on the Grandal homer that made it 2-0 LA. That's an old school big time swing there. Of course, Puig was out for all of May, had a hamstring injury and just got back to the lineup June 6th. Bill Plaschke wrote in his LA Times column not too long ago, and he kind of made the point that, look, Puig was out a long time. He said the Dodgers have been just as exciting without him. They've played just as loudly without him. Plaschke wrote the Dodgers have been a more complete team without Puig, and they have been better without him. That sentiment may be growing in Los Angeles. Oh, 0-2 on Ethier. You got him. 4th strikeout for Ruby. 1 down in the 4th. Yasmani Grandal, 2nd inning, and for the 2nd game in a row, he homers the other way out to left.
I have to revisit the scouting report on Yasmani Grandal and how you attack him. He's handling those pitches out away from him. He's not trying to pull them, which is what you hope for. He's just staying on it, driving it to left field. He's even starting to do a little bit of the David Peralta there. Not the lean back, but he's got that left hand up there near his face.
Brett Anderson, who works with Yasmani Grandal as part of the battery. Anderson will start tomorrow night, series finale. Says that when he watches Grandal up the plate, he goes on these little mini streaks where he's one of the best hitters in the game. Anderson says just tremendous power, and his home runs do seem to come in bunches. 2 so far in this series.
It's a funny approach at the plate. It certainly works well for him, especially from the left side of the plate. But you watch, he's almost got his shoulders up against his ears. He really hunches his shoulders as he's standing there waiting for Ruby to deliver the pitch. But then he drops that right shoulder and drives it right toward the pitch. I think it's just a mechanism for him to keep that front shoulder in there.
One misses.
On further reflection, he looks a little more like Ichiro than David Peralta. You know, Ichiro holds that bat out in the front.
Like Mark Trumbo used to do.
Kind of tugs on that front sleeve a little bit right there. That's what Ichiro does.
In there for a strike, and it's 2-2. Even Dodger fans like to read D-backs Insider. You can get that at the ballpark here. Although I don't know how they get along. '97 straight heat from Ruby.
Good rip once again by Grandal on a pitch away from him. You can see Wellington Castillo was set up inside, was reaching way to the outer part of the plate.
Two and two. Got a battle going here. Castillo wants to check in. This has been a very impressive part of Wellington Castillo for me. What's your impression?
Yeah, I mean, you know, initially he didn't know the Diamondbacks pitching staff, so he was making a lot of trips to the mound, I think, just to kind of acclimate himself. Okay, what do you want to throw here? I tried to call for a slider. What do you want to throw, and why do you want to throw it? That's how you go about learning your pitching staff and what makes them tick. You know, when they're really up against it, what pitch do they want to go to? Which guys do I need to throttle back on? Which guys do I need to try to pump up a little bit? But now I think it's more strategy. You know, before it was just kind of getting to know the guys. But now that he knows them a little better, I think he's trying to think right along with that pitcher on the mound with an eye or an ear for the advanced scouting report and how do we want to go after this hitter.
Well, they missed away there, and it's full 3-2. Puig, the runner at second, one out. Here it is. Got him. 5 strikeouts for Ruby. Puig doubled the lead off the inning. He punched out Ethier and now Grandal. And here's Rollins with 2 outs.
Shortstop, Jimmy Rollins.
Good location. We talked about at the top of the show. Stayed down, down, down with some movement. He's gotten some swinging strikes on sinkers down there. He's got swinging strikes on changeups down there around the knees.
Rollins grounded out his first time. He's hit safely in 5 straight. It was Rollins who had a big 2-out 2-run single off Andrew Chafin. That was in the 7th inning last night. Gave the Dodgers the 6-4 lead. D-backs answered with 2 runs in the home half of the 7th and then 4 in the 8th. Good pitch there. 1-1.
I mentioned that term inning management earlier in the ballgame. This is another one of those situations. You've got the number 8 hitter up there in Jimmy Rollins, and even though he has struggled mightily this year, he is a hitter. And you've got Carlos Frias in the on-deck circle, who is far from a hitter.
Goldie's there. Ruby covers. He strands the leadoff double and keeps it a 2-1 ball game. To you in part by your Valley Honda dealers, where you'll get more standard features for less money. CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Mix One, great taste, no face, available at local retailers. Inside the air-conditioned comfort of Chase Field, good ball game here. D-backs trailed the Dodgers 2-1, sent for the bottom of the fourth. Jake Lamb leads it off against Carlos Frias. Jake has singled and scored tonight. Social media night here at the ballpark. Everybody tweeting and with the selfies and the Instagram and the whole thing. Everybody but one.
I just sent a text message between innings. My son Michael is in Toronto with the Boston Red Sox tonight. The Red Sox beat the Blue Jays 4-3 today, and it just dawned on me. I remember the pizza delivery number when I was in Toronto. So I texted it to him.
There's only one.
967-1111. Pizza, pizza.
How about the selfie stick? Your thoughts on that?
Man.
Say cheese. High chopper. The shift was on, and they got no play. Kendrick had to come in from shallow right field and try and make the underhand scoop, and there was just no way they were going to get Jake Lamb there based on where the defenders were standing. So Jake's 2 for 2.
A little chopper to the right side. That's an extremely tough play. You see where Kendrick starts from. Jimmy Rollins kind of quit on it. He thought Kendrick could make the play, but by the time he got to the ball, Jake Lamb is almost to the base, and that little shovel toss just didn't get it done.
Well, the second inning started this way. Jake Lamb had a base hit to lead it off. Wellington Castillo came up, laced one down the left field line into the corner that sent Lamb to third, but Welly was out at second, thrown out by Andre Ethier. And we'll see how we do here in Act 2. Castillo 11 RBIs in his last 11 games, including 3 homers.
You want to hear something kind of funny?
Always.
We're big on exit velocity this year. Batter makes contact. Giancarlo Stanton, 117 miles an hour off the bat. The Carlos Gonzalez line drive that hit Archie Bradley was 116 miles an hour. That infield hit for Jake Lamb came off the bat at 40 miles an hour.
Just as effective.
And it's a base hit.
It's a beautiful game. This is skied way up there. Rondal Gonzalez. Gonzalez has it for the first out. They've had lots of great giveaways coming up here at the ballpark in July, which starts tomorrow, July 18th, A.J. Pollock Star Wars Bobblehead Day against the Giants. And then the next day versus the Giants, if you have sad feet like Bob Brenly, you'll love a pair of D-backs Fun Socks.
Fun Socks.
For your sad feet, July 25th against the Brewers, Randy Johnson Hall of Fame bobblehead. That is a must-have item.
Absolutely.
So get your tickets right now, dbacks.com. Chris Owings. Fun Socks for sad feet.
Make for happy feet. Sometimes those middle infielders get happy feet around second base on double play turns.
Those are Fun Socks.
Yeah.
It's a good look.
Got dressed in the dark.
The Sandlot up there. D-backs facing Carlos Frias for the third time this year. They should be familiar by now. He looked good in beating the Diamondbacks at Dodger Stadium. That was back on May the 1st. 4 hits and 5 1/3. Dodgers won that game. His other start against the Diamondbacks also in LA. That was earlier this month. A run on 8 hits. He went 6 2/3. Owings is down 0-2.
CO with 2 strikes in his first at bat in the ball game. Got the ball in the air to Jock Peterson in center field to drive home the only Diamondbacks run of the game. Nice grinding at bat that time by CO. Got some positive results.
Diamondbacks only 5 back of LA in the National League West. A win tonight clinches the series. It would get the D-backs back to within 1 game of 500. But they trail it 2-1 here in the 4th. Children's Hospital Sandlot. You get real instruction.
Watch the ball.
The camera off me. I'm trying to hit.
1-2. Owens can't hold up that time, and he strikes out. It's the first strikeout tonight for Carlos Frias.
Shortstop.
Nick Ahmed now grounded out his first time up. Nick with 11 hits in his last 10 games, including 2 doubles and 2 homers. Got number 5 here last night. Jake Lamb still at first, 2 outs. Drives this one to right center field. Nick Ahmed takes it out of here. Nick Ahmed, his 6th, and the Diamondbacks have a 3-2 lead. Now he's got opposite field power.
It's all coming back a little bit at a time for Nick. Little out over the plate, barrels it up to the opposite field. That ball really jumped. That for sure was in the gap for extra bases. It got on out of here.
Diamondbacks come from behind again. They lead it 3-2, and here's Ruby, who had a base hit his first time up. Nick Ahmed, power hitter. And he homers in consecutive games. Did you hear that comment? Somebody just told him, I didn't think you had that in you. Well, Nick never doubted, I can tell you that. Two and two to Ruby. 3-2 Diamondbacks. 5 hits apiece. Each team has left 3. Frias, after giving up the 2-out homer, and has gone full on the pitcher. High chopper. Turner camps out underneath. He's got to hurry. And Gonzalez makes the scoop. But Nick Ahmed, his 6th home run of the season, and his 2nd in as many nights. He goes oppo. And the Diamondbacks lead it 3-2. Cincinnati for the Midsummer Classic. Home field advantage. The World Series is on the line. Coverage of the 2015 Major League Baseball All-Star Game begins July 14th at 4 on Fox and streams live on Fox Sports Go. Social media night here at the ballpark. And Sully is busted here. Look at that face.
Well, the phone didn't break, so that's a good sign.
Let's do an update on the All-Star voting at first base for the National League. Goldie just running away with this thing at this point. I'd like to see that. And I think you made an excellent point yesterday when we were talking about, look, home field advantage is on the line. We all know that. It means something. And we've talked about how A.J. Pollock should be an All-Star as well. If Bruce Bochy wants to win that game, you got to think about your bullpen. Brad Ziegler needs to be there as well. You tell me in a tight spot in that game you don't want Brad Ziegler coming in for you?
He'd be a weapon. Need a double play to get out of a jam. He's your guy.
So Goldie and Pollock. Let's get the Z-Man in there as well. Here's Carlos Frias to lead off the fifth. Lamb will come in a couple of steps on the grass at third. Oh, 2. It'll be Frias, Peterson, and Kendrick 9-1-2 in the LA fifth. De La Rosa's 70 pitches, 45 strikes. And he punches out Frias, his 6th strikeout, 1 down.
Watch every out-of-market game live or on demand in True HD on over 400 mobile and connected devices with MLB.TV Premium. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking widget, and more every night on every device. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details.
She is mesmerized.
Bye. See you later.
Broke her out of a dead run there for some FaceTime. Here's Jock Peterson. He has grounded out and flat out 0 for 2. The importance of the shutdown inning. Tony La Russa, the chief baseball officer, talks about that all the time. When you take the lead, are you able to retire the team in the next half inning 1, 2, 3 and put up what he calls a shutdown inning? Get that momentum change in your favor and keep it. Peterson belts it into center field. A 1-out single. Brings up Kendrick, who's 2 for 2.
Second baseman, Kendrick.
Well, now you put yourself in Wellington Castillo and Ruby De La Rosa's shoes. He attacked Howie Kendrick away in his first at bat. He shot a double down the right field line. Hit it well. Next time he tried to come in with a two-seamer, he featured an inside out swing and hit almost exactly the same ball down the right field line. Maybe off speed. Change up. Looks like they're starting with a slider away here.
Good call. Strike 1.
Not a great location, but you'll definitely take that strike 1.
Now you get ahead like that 0-1. What kind of options does that create for you?
Well, you'd like to open up the strike zone, but Kendrick doesn't chase a lot of bad pitches. Try to go away with another slider. I'd say throw him a slider away. That worked pretty good. As we've talked all night, though, for Ruby, that's really, down the list of best pitches. That's probably his 3rd or 4th best pitch. And if you can throw back-to-back sliders in that location to any hitter, you're going to have success. That's two-seamer inside.
.96. Ooh. Fought that one off big time. And of course the slider and the two-seamer move in opposite directions, right?
Ideally, yeah. If you throw them properly, the sinker from a right-handed pitcher will move down and into a right-handed hitter. The slider will move down and away.
Glenn Sherlock signaling the pitches to Wellington Castillo.
It's a pickoff move at first base.
Peterson's over there. Now I know fans are asking this while they're watching at home, and I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you. How did you know that?
Well, we saw Wellington Castillo hang down what they call horns, which is your index finger and your pinky finger. The only two numbers or the only two fingers you flash down there. That's an immediate indication to the pitcher a pickoff is on.
The 0-2.
Now, the Diamondbacks, unlike a lot of other teams, they'll put down the horns, the pinky and the index finger, and then have a 1 after it, or a 2 after it, or a 3 after it. A 1 is just a standard pickoff move to first base. I don't want to give away all their secrets, but each one of those, the horns 1, horns 2, horns 3, horns 4, all are different pickoffs, or hold the ball on the mound, or come set and step off the rubber, all designed to accomplish something in the course of that at bat. You get a jumpy runner over there at first base that wants to steal. Maybe you just come up into a set position and hold the ball. Let him get out there in no man's land. Pick himself off first base.
He tried the hard fastball down and in. Missed that time, and it's 2-2.
See, that's horns and the wiggle, so I'm not quite sure. We'll see what this one is. This might be just hold the ball on the mound.
Well, you are on fire right now. Trying to get a ground ball right here. Get a double play and get out of this inning. Coming inside again on 2-2. Howie.
4 out of the zone to walk in this league.
It's still 4.
That's going to cost you in kangaroo court. Whoa. Oh, right there. You know, oh boy, did I make a mistake.
Sometimes you just got to wear it, right?
Got no choice.
This time it really is 3-2. Boy, look at that Fox tracks. They've been all over the map in this at bat. Changing locations. There goes Peterson from first. $80 pitches for Ruby, 51 for strikes. Trying to maintain that 3-2 lead after Nick Ahmed's 2-run homer in the bottom of the 4th. Peterson stays put this time. Kendrick is out of there. 7 strikeouts for De La Rosa. 2 down. Good battle right there, and Ruby won it.
That's not an easy guy to get to swing and miss. Once he gets to 2 strikes, he usually finds a way to get the bat on the ball and put it in play. But that time the Ruby De La Rosa changeup tied him in knots.
Well, he's faced Justin Turner twice so far tonight, and he struck him out twice. So here's round 3. 2 down and Peterson at first.
We talked about Peterson last night. Will probably find his way down into the middle of the lineup moving forward. He just fills the leadoff spot by default right now. He doesn't run particularly well. Only 2 stolen bases this season. He's been caught 5 times.
He holds at first. That one misses. 97 away. It's 1-0.
But a leadoff hitter that can put you on the board with 1 swing of the bat to start a ball game, you don't mind if he doesn't steal a lot of bases.
2-1. See, they replaced some of the grass on the last road trip while we were gone. Where the corner outfielders stand all the time. Some patches out there of new grass. Peterson still holds it first. A roller to shortstop on them to go the short way, and sure enough, Ruby De La Rosa puts up a bagel in the fifth. Diamondbacks lead at 3-2. Presented by Cox Communications is set to take you to a Diamondback game. Stop by this month's participating Cox Solutions store at Tempe Marketplace, and you can enter for your chance to win 2 seats on the Fan Express bus. The Diamondback game against the Giants here July 18th. A.J. Pollock skies one to left. Ethier in front of the track has it for the outs. Registration for the Fox Sports Arizona Fan Express this month ends July 6th for that July 18th game. So get all the info you need at foxsportsarizona.com. The Storm. David Peralta 0 for 1. He walked his last time up. David's hit safely now in 10 of his last 13 games, and he had, Bob, 2 really impressive at-bats last night against left-hand pitchers.
One ended up a triple to the gap in left center, driving in 2, and then worked a base on balls against J.P. Howe, one of the tougher lefties in the game. Just seeing him a little more often, a little more comfortable against those left-handers.
And Chip Hale said he was impressed. He feels a lot more comfortable now putting David in there against some left-hand starters, and we've got one coming up tomorrow in Brett Anderson. He'll be on the mound in the series finale tomorrow night. We'll see what Peralta does, but this was one of his big at-bats against the lefty last night. Against Liberatore, a 2-run triple. Bottom 7th.
Yeah, because David did struggle the way he did against lefties last year. He didn't see very many. He's only had 117 career plate appearances against left-handed pitching.
And he knew it too. He went down to his native Venezuela, played winter ball all winter, and played in 55 games down there just to get more experience against left-hand pitchers. And it's looked like it's paid off. Off the glove of Gonzalez. Frias does a good job hustling over there to cover and score that one. 3-4-1 on the putout. Hit on the outside of the glove, he says.
First base.
Planked it down there.
Right off the thumb. I think he took a peek up to see where the runner was and where his pitcher was and whether he was going to have to make an overhand throw or had enough time to make a running shovel toss. Didn't do either one. Deflected it, however, right to Howie Kendrick, and a nice play by Frias to get over there.
Yeah, good awareness right there by the Dodger pitcher. Here's Goldie. He has walked and flied out 0 for 1. Peterson in center field, shaded over toward the pool. Two and 0. He's already walked once tonight. 90 pitches, 50 strikes for Frias. Drops that one in there. Base hit. Goldschmidt has now hit safely in 11 straight. 2-out base runner for Tomas.
Up in the zone, you could almost see Goldie's eyes light up. His eyebrows went up when he saw that pitch up over the inner part of the plate. Frias fortunate that Goldie didn't get underneath that one. He'd have hit it a mile.
So far, Yasmani Tomas has ended 2 innings, a double play ball in the first, a ground out in the third.
Well, this might be the only reason Goldie doesn't steal 30 bases this year. He's not going to catch anybody by surprise anymore. The league knows that he's a good base runner. He's a good base stealer. Pitch out, they're going to throw over to first, they're going to try to alter their times to home plate to make sure he doesn't get a jump over there.
We talked to Nick Ahmed on our D-backs podcast about Goldie and asked Nick, what's the most impressive thing about him from a teammate perspective? And Nick immediately said what stands out to him most about Goldie is his relentless aggression as a base runner. And he says the whole team sees Goldie out there and sees the way he runs the bases. That one has a chance to get down. It drops in front of Peterson, who was well over in front of the pool there. And Tomas is aboard with a 2-out single. I mean, they see Goldie taking those aggressive turns, going first to third, second at home, taking the extra base of the ball in the dirt. Might have thought about an extra base there, but Peterson did a good job to get over there from right center to cut it off. And now here's Jake Lamb with 2 on and 2 out.
As you know, Bert, one of the first things we do when we start a new series with a new team is talk to the other broadcasters. Tell us a little about your club, what's going on, how's this guy been doing, how's that guy been doing. And it's so hard to come up with words to describe Goldie, so I just say he does the right thing all of the time. That's the easiest way I can describe it. He'll hit a pop-up with 2 outs in the inning and nobody on base, and he'll be standing at second when the ball is caught.
Rick Honeycutt. Well, the thing that Nick mentioned to us was, look, watching a guy run the bases like that, no matter who he is going to be impressive because he always does it exactly right as you say. But for Nick, what's super impressive for him, it's because, look, that's not something you see really any power-hitting first baseman do. It's not like he's a center fielder or a little tiny utility infield speedy guy type. This is a big power-hitting first baseman running the bases like a fleet-footed center fielder.
You know, I might be forgetting some guys in between, but the closest comp I could think of was Jeff Bagwell. In his heyday with the Houston Astros, a guy that could hit home runs, he could steal bases, he played good defense down at first.
And as you told the Dodger broadcasters, I mean, you'll see him hit a routine pop-up, and by the time the ball is caught, he's standing at second base. Juan Nicasio, who pitched last night, warming up with the Dodger bullpen. And again, just about every Dodger pitcher pitched last night. Nicasio threw 19 pitches. Rondell almost threw it into center. Rollins had to go way up there to get it. That was a strike to Lamb. It's 0-1.
That's a pre-designed play. Jimmy Rollins was breaking as the pitch was delivered to home plate, leaving a big hole on that left side of the infield.
Lamb 2 for 2 so far. 2 on, 2 out. Along the left field line, headed for the seats. That's 2 rows back. Shake down 0-2. Jake Lamb, it's starting to come around. And a very good road trip through Colorado and San Diego. A couple of hits so far tonight. Goldie at second, Tomas at first. View from the draft room here at Chase Field.
Prius starting to come unglued mechanically a little bit out there on the mound. That was his 97th pitch of the ball game.
Pitched pretty well in his last start, beat the Cubs at Wrigley Field last Thursday, but was able to go only 5 innings. Gave up 7 hits, walked 3. And that was his first win in nearly a month. In fact, Carlos Frias, over his last 9 starts, is only 2-5 with a 4.85 ERA. And the Dodgers have won only 3 times in his last 9 starts.
I've been looking at Prius all night. He reminds me of kind of a cross between a Woodstock era Carlos Santana and Benito Santiago.
Nice pull. I definitely see the Benito Santiago. Yeah. Great Padre catcher. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. He's bounced in the hole at second, but Kendrick is way over there on the outfield grass, and that ends the threats. Through 5, D-backs lead the Dodgers 3-2. Chase Field. Ruby so far so good.
Yeah, struck out 1 in the first, 1 in the second, 1 in the third, and it's gotten better. 2 in the fourth and 2 in the fifth. Got a much better slider than we're used to seeing from Ruby De La Rosa. Has used the change up as he's seen fit, and has that two-seamer pounding away at the bottom of the zone.
He's given up 2 runs on the Grandal, a homer back in the second. 6 hits. He has not walked a batter, 7 strikeouts. He'll work to Adrian Gonzalez, Yasiel Puig, and Andre Ethier. A tough 6th inning here for Ruby, who starts the inning at 85 pitches, 54 strikes. Gonzalez so far is twice flied out to left, and once again the shift is on. Sanderson Ford bullpen is quiet. Daniel Hudson was down there throwing earlier, just a bit. Stopped pretty quickly. Randall Delgado looking for something to do.
Yeah, he was throwing the ball against the wall before we took that shot of him down there in the bullpen.
Well, that's what you want. You want those guys bored back there. 1-2 on Gonzalez. He's hitless in the series. Goes the other way one more time. Right to Peralta. 1 away. Boy, Gonzalez is a guy who will tell you, look, I don't care about the shifts. I'm not going to try and hit away from it. I'm going to do what I do. But so far, he's flying out to left field 3 times.
He's hit it pretty good a couple of times out there to left field, but nothing to show for it.
I mean, people, he says, always ask him, why don't you just hit the ball the other way? Well, he says, look, that's not why they're paying me. I'm not just going to inside out the ball and dink it into left field. But it looks like that's kind of what he's trying to do here.
Well, Adrian Gonzalez has always been a really good hitter, and he'll take what the pitcher gives him. I mean, he's hit a line drive right at David Peralta, a long fly ball that sent Peralta all the way back to the wall.
Yeah. Short hop for Lamb at third. They retire Puig.
Nice play on a short hop there by Jake Lamb at third base.
I mean, he wasn't even in the picture there.
Well, that's because he only ran about halfway down the line. I mean, he gets out of the box quickly. He sees Jake Lamb pick up the ball and just breaks it down about halfway down the line.
And again, Jeff Passan at Yahoo Sports today put up an article saying that there's growing tension in the clubhouse between Puig and his teammates. They've kind of had it with him. Ethier, big cut at that one.
I mean, you just think back to that third inning when Ruby De La Rosa hit a ground ball to Justin Turner at third base, and he ran straight through the bag and ended up getting an infield hit out of it when the call was reversed at first base. Now, I know that Puig's had some hamstring issues, and he's probably trying to protect it. We mentioned he tweaked it last night trying to catch a foul ball down the right field line, but I can see why his teammates would get a little frustrated with that kind of an effort every night.
There was reportedly even an altercation with Zach Greinke, Justin Turner, and Puig during a road trip. To the point where apparently one of them picked up a Puig suitcase and threw it in the middle of the street. 2-1.
In this game, the history of this game is littered with teams that really didn't like each other very much, but once they got between the lines, they were all trying to accomplish the same goal. I think that's probably the bigger issue with Yasiel Puig is, what are you trying to do here? Is this the Yasiel Puig show, or are we the Los Angeles Dodgers of the National League West?
Well, according to the article, they were on a bus in Chicago. He was on the street, Puig. Teammates were on the bus. They wanted him to just get on the bus already. Greinke hopped off the bus, grabbed Puig's suitcase in front of Puig, chucked it onto Michigan Avenue. And then Puig stepped toward Greinke, was restrained by reliever J.P. Howell. That from the Jeff Passan article at Yahoo Sports. A walk to Ethier brings up Grandal with 2 outs. This was Grandal who homered last night. And another one again tonight. This made it 2-0 LA. Both homers in the series so far the other way. Chip Hale. Well, we just showed you the bullpen a minute ago. Nobody was throwing down there. But that's going to be it for De La Rosa. They want to flip Grandal around and have him hit from the right-hand side. Diamondbacks lead at 3-2 back after this.
Around to the right side. He does have some pop from the right side. He's the first player in Major League Baseball history. His first 2 hits in the big leagues were home runs from both sides of the plate. First from the right side and then left-handed. What else goes opposite field at Coors? That was an 8-4 victory over the Rockies that day. And that happened on this day back in 2012.
So that's it for Ruby De La Rosa, who's responsible for Ethier at first after the 2-out walk. A 3-2 D-backs lead. And they will flip Grandal around. He'll bat from the right-hand side against the lefty Oliver Perez. Oddly worked last night. Worked 1 1/3, in fact, through 21 pitches. Gave up a hit in Milwaukee, had 2 strikeouts. So Ethier at first, 2 outs, and here's Grandal. In there for a strike, 0-1. These are the numbers on Yasmani Grandal. Not a whole lot of plate appearances from the right-hand side. Small sample size. That's in there, 1-2. Randall Delgado. Pitcher spot is due up 4th in the Diamondbacks 6th.
I would imagine Delgado's getting ready just in case Oliver Perez has any trouble with Grandal and Rollins. Don Mattingly has an all right-handed bench available tonight with the exception of Callaspo, a switch hitter. So after Jimmy Rollins is a Dodgers pitcher spot, and you're probably going to get a right-handed pinch hitter.
Locked him up inside. He did not go, says Mike Klinsky down there. So it's full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. So now with 2 outs, Ethier will be off from first in the pitch. Goldie will play behind the runner. There goes Ethier. Rondal waves at that one and strikes out. They strand the 2-out walk, and it's still 3-2 Diamondbacks. A nice effort tonight from Ruby De La Rosa. Game show comes your way at 6 o'clock here on Fox Sports Arizona. A matchup of left-handers. Brett Anderson, who has become one of the best ground ball pitchers in baseball, is up against Robbie Ray in his 1.98 ERA.
Tomorrow is also one of our special broadcasts. The final game of the series between the D-backs and Dodgers will take you inside the art of pitching. Insight from a former Cy Young Award winner, here from the D-back starting staff, live from the dugout, and a lot more. It's the pitching show tomorrow beginning at 6 with Diamondbacks Live pregame.
New pitcher and a defensive change behind him for the Dodgers as Wellington Castillo leads off the 6th. It's the former Rocky Juan Nicasio, who threw 19 pitches last night, worked 2/3 of an inning and got hit hard. Andre Ethier is out of the ball game now. A double switch for Don Mattingly. The numbers on Nicasio. A good ERA. He's been a nice pickup for LA at 2.32 ERA. Oh and 1. Ethier out, and Scott Van Slyke takes over in left field. Van Slyke will hit 9th. Pitcher spot now 6th in the LA order. 0-2 on Wellington Castillo. Called strike 3. 96. He spots the fastball, and Welly's up there shaking his head at Mike Winters.
Second baseman, Chris Oakland.
Should be shaking his head.
Wow. Well, we told you that Grandal, I mentioned this last night, gets excellent marks for pitch framing and some of the new defensive analytics. And you got the call there from Winters. Here's Owings, who has driven in a run with a sacrifice fly and struck out. He's 0 for 1. Ahmed, who homered his last time up, is on deck. Padres are hosting the Mariners tonight at Petco Park. Seattle leads it 4-0 in the 7th inning. Mike Montgomery has been a very pleasant surprise in the Seattle rotation. Had a no-hitter through 6. We'll see if that's still going. He has walked 3 in the ball game. How about this? He's got a no-hitter through 6, 77 pitches, 40 strikes, 37 balls. Effectively wild.
Yeah, there you go. Effectively wild.
So I'll try and get you an update on that ball game. See if the no-no is still a go. Our somewhat reliable staff is looking into that as you speak. 3-1 on Owings. Oh, and Hervey Solarte actually just broke up the no-hitter with a double in the bottom of the 7th. So that no-hitter ends at Petco Park. Padres trail the Mariners. Giants, who began the day only a half game back of the Dodgers for the NL West lead. They're at Miami. They lost 5-3 to the Marlins. Rockies lead at Oakland 1-0, bottom 6. So that's your updated look at the NL West. Owens chases a high fastball and strikes out for the 2nd time tonight. 2 down. Ocasio out there just throwing smoke.
Shortstop.
Here's Ahmed. Nick homered his last time up, an opposite field home run. His 6th of the year. He has homered now in consecutive games in this series.
A couple of pretty amazing numbers here. Nick did not hit a home run in his first 35 games this year. 110 plate appearances. In his last 34 games, 125 plate appearances. He's got 6.
And he's got opposite field power.
Yes, he does. Some of his teammates didn't realize that. And this is even more remarkable for me. You look at Nick Ahmed's minor league numbers. The most he had in any minor league season was 6 playing in Lynchburg in A-ball. That was in 571 plate appearances.
Trying to drop this one inside the right field line, but Gonzalez tracks it down, and that ends the 6th. 7th inning coming up. Diamondbacks lead the Dodgers 3-2. us in Indonesia, baby.
We're big there.
Diamondback Nation worldwide. Here on social media night, got some news from down on the farm. Jake Barrett and Aaron Blair named to the USA team, Pan American team. They'll play July 11th versus Puerto Rico in Toronto. Eh? That is. Mitch Reagan has been pushing for this for a couple of weeks now. That's the Blair pitch graphic.
You dropped that on me last night. It took a couple batters before it actually took a full effect.
Yeah, because he's in your ear going, that's the Blair pitch graphic. I know it is. What's your point?
Yeah, what's the point? I get it.
Enrique Burgos. Now, you have to be careful here because Chip Hale, and Chip put this on him. He said, look, when Burgos came up here, we liked him so much I overused him and I hurt the kid. So they want to be very careful with him. And he's on for the second game in a row. He threw 1 inning last night, 15 pitches. And he's out there to start the 7th. Jimmy Rollins, Scott Van Slyke, and Jock Peterson, 8-9-1 for the Dodgers. Rollins so far 0 for 2. And they said they're going to be careful with Burgos, but they'll pick their spots, but they like him in big situations, and leading the Dodgers by a 1 in the 7th at home is a big situation. This is one that you want to get. Burgos worked the 8th inning last night. He got Peterson to pop up. Kendrick singled. Turner flied out. He struck out Gonzalez. Rollins stays alive on a 1-2 pitch. Well, the guy in these situations, BB, that might scare you a little bit here is the next guy up, Van Slyke.
He scares me all the time. I think Scott Van Slyke is going to get an opportunity somewhere soon to be an everyday outfielder.
A lot of power in that bat. 2-2.
I confirmed my opinion with Laurel Hershiser. I said, you see him all the time. Do you think Scott Van Slyke could be an everyday outfielder in the big leagues? He said, absolutely. Strong throwing arm. He runs a lot better than you realize for a big, tall, lanky guy.
You guys even had the same comp for him.
Jason Worth. Long and lanky, long legs, long arms.
2-2.
Scott Van Slyke is just sad Wade Miley is no longer here.
Boy, that was just flat out ownage.
Ooh.
It was like batting practice.
International ownage.
Yeah, Sydney and the States. Owns him on 2 continents. 3-2 now to Rollins. Going to lose the leadoff guy here.
These are the kind of counts where Jimmy Rollins can still be a dangerous hitter. He's not having a good year by any stretch of the imagination, but you put him in a predictable fastball count and he becomes a dangerous hitter.
He's got 7 home runs this year, 6 of them from the left-hand side. 3-2 pitch. Popped him up. He's trying to get foul. Castillo gives it a look, but it's off the roof of the D-back dugout. Guess who got that one?
The best fielding senator in Washington, D.C. I know that.
One more time on 3-2. He loses Rollins. Well, it's time for fans to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag AZDataStrongFan. And you might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. BB, we're going to be getting pictures again on the Twitter.
Oh, good.
We're going to get that up and running thanks to our friends at T-Mobile. So send us your strongest fan photo. Hashtag AZDataStrongFan. And the Brenly committee will get back in session. Maybe you can get the senator to serve on your committee. Maybe he could chair the committee. I want to think about that.
I really think that's a job that's made for Brandon Webb.
Webby is good at it. I'll say that.
He's the best.
Social media tonight going viral. Well, this is the at bat that you got to be careful with right here. Scott Van Slyke, big dude up there, 6'5", 220, just over 260 and 4 home runs.
Limited at bats here at Chase Field over the last 2 years. But he's 7 for 16. That's a .438 batting average with 6 extra base hits, 3 of those homers.
Recently activated from the DL. He missed nearly 3 weeks with a strained back. He had a lot of inflammation back there. He's had only 16 at bats in the entire month of June. And he squares to bunt here. Infield will come in. And he bunts it foul.
Huh?
If he wants to bunt, I'm down with that.
Thank you very much.
That'll work.
Looks like Don Mattingly's even a little puzzled. Go tell him not to bunt.
That's not the bunt sign. Go tell him. And here comes Low Bundy from third. Dude, what's going on here? I know you've been out a while, but that wasn't the bunt sign. Oh, all right, sorry. Try this again on 0-1.
Jimmy Rollins does lead the Dodgers in stolen bases with 6. He's been caught 6 times as well.
I mean, you got some big bats coming up if you're Mattingly. Peterson, Kendrick, Turner, Gonzalez. All coming up after Van Slyke. Peterson's on deck.
I wouldn't worry too much about Jimmy Rollins over there at first base because of the reason you just said. You got some thunder coming up at the top of that Dodgers batting order, and you got Van Slyke hitting in the pitcher spot. Last thing in the world you want to do is run into an out at second base. Just make him stop.
Bounces the 0-2.
Hey fans, we invite you to play Kachinko by signing up at one of the 20 interactive kiosks right here at Chase Field during any Diamondbacks regular season home game.
Social media night, the photo zone here at Chase Field. 1-2. Tried to drop that one in there and steal a strike, but it's inside. 2-2 now. Got him. Blew him away at 95. 1 down. And now they'll put the shift on for Peterson.
Well, because of those long arms and long legs, that's the conventional wisdom how to pitch to Scott Van Slyke when you get ahead in the count, hard up and in, try to tie him up inside, and Enrique Burgos was able to do that.
And everybody wants to get on the same page here with this powerful rookie at the plate. Rollins at first and 1 out. 3-2 here in the 7th. Another good one for you here at Chase Field. This was Jock Peterson last night, launching one off Alan Webster. His 20th of the season. And his third in the last 10 games. He has singled once tonight, 1 for 3. Shift is on again. Jake Lamb, the third baseman, near the second base bag behind Marty Foster, the umpire down there. And Chris Owings with his heels up against the right field grass. Well, you got one more day to try and catch Pujols and Wally Burger for rookie homers in the National League by the time June ends.
Travis Lee on that list in the inaugural season of the Diamondbacks back in '98.
Here's a look at the Diamondbacks defense against Peterson. Ahmed all by himself on the left-hand side. Here's the 1-0. Hit by Davey Lopes. Another part of Peterson's game, as we mentioned this, he strikes out and strikes out a lot. Second in the National League in strikeouts. He's punching out about 30% of the time this year. And his strikeout rate has gone up at every level in the Dodgers minor league system, now the highest it's ever been as a rookie in the big leagues. 1-1 pitch. Yes, he did. Mark Wegner. 1-2. Showed him that high fastball and he couldn't lay off. Mike Winters calls time. You can tell these are big games. They are not crisp. A lot of big pitches, a lot of big at bats. Guys stepping off. Taking a moment to collect themselves. Had a long game last night, 3 hours 49 minutes. 3-2 here in the 7th. Base hit by a diving Lamb at second. Rollins moves up. And here comes Kendrick. Peterson 2 for 4.
Struck well down and out over the plate to Jock Peterson. We'll have to ask Jake Lamb after the ball game. He could have possibly been screened by the umpire a little bit right there. That ball whistled right over the head of Marty Foster. And from the angle he was pursuing that ball, I'm not so sure Jake saw it all the way.
Here comes Mike Harkey. Kendrick's been a problem all season long for the Diamondbacks. He's got 2 hits tonight, a double and a single. He's 2 for 3. And in 11 games against the D-backs this year has 14 hits and 6 RBIs. There is action in the Diamondback bullpen. Randall Delgado continues to throw. Jimmy Rollins, the tying run at second. Jock Peterson, the go-ahead run at first. 1 out for Kendrick.
Only the slow-footed Adrian Gonzalez has grounded into more double plays than Howie Kendrick. Gonzalez with 13 this year, Kendrick with 10.
Ground ball would do very nicely right here.
Not a pitch designed to get you a ground ball. A hanging slider up above the top of the strike zone.
That's a pitch that will get you in trouble. especially against a guy like this.
Down.
Low Bundy halfway down that third base line with his eye on Rollins. 2-0 pitch. In the air, right field corner. Tomas gives it a look. Foul ball. Held up. Says Mike Klinsky down there. 3 balls and a strike. Turner on deck. In the seats again, and it's full 3-2. Big pitch in the ball game right here.
A lot of managers will start the runners with Howie Kendrick at the plate, a full count, even though there's only 1 out in the inning. He rarely strikeouts, and as you've seen from this at bat, he just battles and battles until you eventually make some kind of mistake that he can hit hard.
Kendrick on base 3 times last night, a single, a pair of walks. 2 for 3 so far tonight. One more time on 3-2. Hit into center. Here comes Rollins. Lorenzo Bundy will wave him home. There's no throw, and we're tied at 3. Howie Kendrick does it to the Diamondbacks again. His 3rd hit tonight.
He just battles and battles until he gets a pitch in the middle of the plate he feels he can handle. That was actually on the inside corner, but that inside out approach drives it right back up the middle of the field. And Rollins will score easily.
Chip Hale checking in with Mike Winters now. Looks like we're going to have a double switch by the D-backs skipper. 3-3 ball game here in the 7th. And Justin Turner will be the hitter. Here comes Cliff Pennington. And Randall Delgado back after this. is for the Diamondbacks. Randall Delgado out there on the mound. He's the new pitcher. His 31st appearance of the year. A double switch from Chip Hale. Cliff Pennington comes into the ballgame. He'll take over at second base for Chris Owings and bat ninth. Pitcher spot now 7th in the Diamondback order. Jock Peterson is the runner at second. Howie Kendrick at first. 1 out, and here's Justin Turner, who's 0 for 3. Diamondbacks in this series have done a good job against the heart of the Dodger order. Turner, Gonzalez, and Puig 3, 4, and 5. So far, those three a combined 3 for 21 in this series.
One of them, the double by Puig tonight, leading off the 4th inning. He was stranded, and Turner had 2 singles in the ball game last night. Neither one drove in a run, and he didn't score either time.
Delgado falls behind 2-0. High fly ball, left field. Peralta at the track. Peterson at second, where he'll tag and head for third. 2 down. Brings up Adrian Gonzalez.
Danger. Adrian Gonzalez 5 for 9 lifetime with a home run and a couple of strikeouts against Randall Delgado.
At second base open. You want to pitch to Puig?
I think they'll see how it goes here. If he falls behind 2-0, you might seriously think about going ahead and walking him intentionally. You know, Puig can be very much a free swinger, especially with runners on base.
Gonzalez has hit the ball the other way to left field all 3 times he's been up there tonight, and he takes ball 1.
Twice very hard.
He is 0 for 7 in the series.
Possible reason not to walk Adrian Gonzalez.
Pick your poison.
Well, for me, I go to the guy that's a little more inconsistent, a little more of a wild hair than Adrian Gonzalez, who is a proven run producer and has been throughout his career.
David Hernandez has started warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. Bounces the 2-0. Once again, Delgado behind, 3 balls and no strikes. There's Hernandez. Randall so far has thrown 7 pitches, only 1 of them for a strike. Peterson is at third, Kendrick at first. 2 outs, 3-0 on Gonzalez. There it is. shift is on. Pennington knocks it down. He's got to hurry, but he's got time to get the slow-footed Gonzalez. A nice recovery by Penny out there on the outfield grass. But the Dodgers get one. Stretch time at Chase. We're tied up at 3. Look at new infielder Phil Goslin, who came over from Atlanta in the Bronson Arroyo Tricky Tucson deal. Of course, he's got that thumb injury, so he's out there with assistant trainer Ryan DePanfilo. This was yesterday. They're getting some throws in. And Phil Goslin in uniform on the bench tonight. There he is, the new Diamondback. And I believe he's due back from that injury around about the first week of August, is what Dave Stewart told us the day they made the deal. There with Patrick Corbin. As Cliff Pennington leads off the Diamondbacks 3-3 ball game. Juan Nicasio back out there for LA. And Penny's really been an effective bat up there as of late. 7 hits in his last 9 games. Had a pinch hit single in last night's ball game. Stole a base, scored a run. There is no action in the Dodger bullpen. Of course, Nicasio used to be a starter when he was with Colorado for a long time. Worked last night through 19 pitches. He's at 13 so far here. And ahead of Pennington, 0-2. So we can give you some length back there. Don Mattingly needs it after all the relievers he used last night. 6 relief pitchers: Peralta, Garcia, Nicasio, Liberatore, Baez, and Howell. Two and 2. Pennington, Pollock, Peralta, the 3 Ps here. 9, 1, and 2 in the D-back 7. It was a nice play Cliff made out there on that right field grass to recover and throw out Gonzalez, with Peterson coming down that third base line. He knew there was precious little time, even though Gonzalez is a slow runner. But he made the play and ended that half inning.
Yeah, it always makes it a little bit of an easier play, not to take anything away from Penny, but when you know that guy's thundering up that first baseline, you tend not to rush your throw quite as much as you would if it was somebody that gets down the line a little quicker.
And he's about as slow a base runner as there is in the game, Adrian Gonzalez. Another 2-2 pitch. Eighth pitch coming up.
Good at bat, make it a great at bat. On the way on there for the top of the order.
Eight hits for the Dodgers, 7 for the Diamondbacks. LA has left 7 base runners. D-backs have stranded 5. And he finds a gap. Get down, ball. Anderson over to cut it off. Leadoff single. Well, he is really swinging a nice bat lately.
A little reminiscent of the Howie Kendrick at bat for the Dodgers. Just foul off the tough ones, give that pitcher a chance to make a mistake, and when he does, be ready to hit it.
Leadoff man on for A.J. Pollock. 0 for 2. He walked in the first. Daniel Hudson has started throwing in the Diamondback bullpen.
Don't think for a minute that the 6 stolen bases the Diamondbacks racked up in the game last night will not enter into this situation. Cliff Pennington's not a base stealer. He's a good base runner. But because the Diamondbacks were so aggressive last night, the Dodgers are going to have to think about it.
They had that double steal in the 7th with Nicasio out there on the mound. And they got him at first. Well, you were right. They were thinking about it, that's for sure.
Looks like maybe a hit and run was on, or possibly a straight steal for Penny that time. Caught him leaning just a little bit, and Nicasio with some quick feet and an absolutely perfect pickoff throw to Adrian Gonzalez for the out.
Yep, he was breaking toward the second base bag. You saw that little half a stutter. A 1-0 count on A.J.
I'll tell you, A.J. just missed one his last time up in the 5th inning. Hit a towering fly ball to the warning track in left field. Just got under it a little bit.
Ooh, Mike Winters. 2-1.
I mean, that's not a pitch you want to swing at 2-0 anyway. Fastball outside. Oh, come on.
Yikes. Big hack at a high fastball, swung at ball 4, looked like there.
Or ball 5.
Good point. Jeez. 3-2. There's ball 4. A.J. walks for the second time tonight. And here's Peralta.
Now the cat and mouse will start again with a legitimate base stealer on over there at first base.
Left fielder, David Peralta.
A.J. 16 for 21 in his stolen base attempts. Peralta walked in the 3rd. He's 0 for 2. Dodger bullpen still quiet. Well, it was the 7th inning last night that David had his big hit, the 2-run triple that tied it 6-6. Reached down and found that gap in left center.
Pickoff attempt, I believe. Fastball inside coming to David.
A little too far inside, and Peralta's ahead. 2 balls and no strikes. Goldie on deck. A win tonight clinches the series for the Diamondbacks. It would pull them back within 1 of 500 for the year and put them in position to sweep LA.
Ball inside again.
Pollock holds it first. Peralta fouls that one back here. 2-1. David Peralta says turn Ward, Mark Grace. Hitting coaches have told him, look, opposing pitchers, they know you by now. The secret's out. They know what you did last year. And you're going to be perceived as a much bigger threat compared to when you first came up. Dodgers found out last night. And so the onus has been on David to adjust, and so far so good. Got to be patient up there. Don't chase pitches. Wait for the mistake. 2-1. Broken bat. One hopper right to Kendrick, and Rawlings turns the double play. Dodgers are out of the inning. We go to the 8th, tied at 3. The Gig Life high-speed highlights presented by Cox. Our Gila River game summary, 3-3 ball game as we start the 8th inning. And Yasiel Puig will face the new Diamondback pitcher. It's the right-hander Daniel Hudson. As Monty Grandal, a 2-run homer in the second. Diamondbacks chipped away with 1 in the second and 2 in the fourth. Nick Ahmed, a 2-run homer. Dodgers tied it in the 7th on a Kendrick RBI single, and here we are 3-3 as Puig leads off the 8th. Puig doubled in the 4th. He's 1 for 3. Don Mattingly said over the weekend, he was talking about young players, and he says there are guys who have a game plan at the plate and are making adjustments. Those are the ones who can change over time and improve. But Mattingly said if you're a guy who's just reacting to what you see at the plate, and then the way you are the first time they see is pretty much what you're going to be your whole career. And then somebody, of course, said, well, which one is Puig? Mattingly said, well, right now he's probably more reacting to how pitchers are working to him rather than going up there with a plan. And so in Mattingly's book, that means that what you see now is basically what you're going to get. And he said sometimes you do see Puig make adjustments. You see periods of time where he takes his walks. But then you see other periods where he chases pitches out of the zone. So in terms of the ceiling for Puig, how good can he be at this level? He says, well, it's up to Puig. Is he going to be the guy who can make adjustments? Or is he just going to be what he is now?
I think he kind of rides the wave of his emotions. You know, if he feels like everybody's here at the ballpark to watch me tonight, I've got to put on a show, well, then you can kind of take advantage of those emotions. But when he is plugged in and doing his thing, he's as exciting a player as there is in the game.
Chases a 99-mile-an-hour fastball down from Huddy for the first out here in the 8th. Bringing the heat.
Oh, a good location, too. That's some low fog right there, down there below the knees. I'll tell you, based on experience, that pitch is tough to see, let alone hit.
At 99.
Oh, man.
That's a great sign to see him throwing that hard. So here's the pitcher's spot for LA. It's now 6th in the order after the double switch, and Alex Guerrero will hit for Nicasio. Guerrero struck out in a pinch hit appearance last night against Oliver Perez, just under 270 with 10 homers. Waves at that one.
I got to ask you, you're plugged in. I'm being told that the John McCain foul ball video is quote unquote trending on Twitter. Now, what exactly does that mean?
Well, it is social media now. What that means is that somebody has put together a little video clip of the senator fielding the foul ball. This is hit right to Jake Lamb at third, drops it, picks it up, reaches behind him, and still gets Guerrero. Nice recovery there by the rookie third baseman.
Okay, so somebody got the video.
Somebody puts a little clip together and sends it out there on the Twitter with some kind of hashtag, you know, McCain foul ball, or whatever it is. And people see that and they, oh, that's interesting, I'll retweet that. And then another guy retweets it, another guy, and pretty soon it goes what they call viral with little finger quotes. And if you're trending, it means you're basically a hot topic that's floating around the Twitterverse right now amongst the Twitterati. Of which you are not a member.
Is there any way to make any money off of this?
That is the billion-dollar question with Twitter and the internet, for that matter. I don't know if anybody's solved that problem yet. We're actually right, and actually you should go by and visit. When we stay in San Francisco, our hotel is right near Twitter headquarters. They got a whole big building right on the corner down there. It's a couple of blocks away. We'll take you down there. And Maybe you can get the Twitter going. Shift is on for Grandal.
What it is? What do they do at the Twitter building?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But they've been good to me over there. They take care of you. The question is, and I've often wondered this myself, what would your Twitter handle be?
What are the requirements for a Twitter handle?
Yeah, basically there are none. I think there has to be a minimum of letters. I know it's not very many. I don't know. But as long as it's not taken, you can do whatever you want.
See, that's my ultimate plan, to wait until all the possible names are taken.
And then it's just not up to you.
Yeah, I tried. They wouldn't let me on.
Daniel Hudson, 98. He blows away Grandal and works a 1-2-3-8. How about this? Let's get this trending on Twitter. Another D-back win over these guys. 3-3 in the 8th.
Game show, Brandon Webb. It was setting up for the Diamondbacks, but you have to execute in terms of the bullpen, and you can't walk guys late, right?
That was key, that inning right there. Burgess walked the leadoff guy, which is Rollins, hitting .211. He ends up coming around and scoring, tying up the ball game.
All right, we'll be here, of course. Standard drill, Steve. I want to get it back to you because I want to hear more about Bob Brenly and his new handle. I think it's at skeptical or at grumpy or at I'm not buying it, at I don't want it. That's pretty close. Steve and Bob Brenly home. We'll see you.
I like at grumpy myself.
Yeah, it works. Is Todd's garage taken?
There you go. Goldie leads off the Diamondback 8th against the new Dodger pitcher. It's Pedro Baez, who had a very rough night here last night. Baez worked 1 inning, was charged with 4 runs on 2 hits. He also walked 2 through 26 pitches. And now he'll work to Goldschmidt, Tomas, and Lamb, 3, 4, and 5 in the 8th inning. 3-3 ball game, Dodgers and D-backs. Goldie has singled and walked. He's 1 for 2. How about Daniel Hudson in that 8th inning? Struck out Puig on a 99-mile-an-hour fastball, then helped it up to 98 to get Grandal. And Huddy was fired up. Oh and 1. This was the end of the 8th inning after the strikeout of Grandal. Watch Hudson. Big time. 0-2 to Goldie. bouncer to Rollins. You know, if you want, when next time we go to San Francisco, we can walk you down to the Twitter and we can get you the blue check. Do you know about the blue check mark? No. That's big, because if you're verified, that means you're officially a big shot, or at least you're who you say you are. You get the blue check. That verification is not doing much for you, I can tell.
I've lived this long without a blue check.
That's Monty Tomas.
You know, it seems to me like this whole Twitter, Instagram thing kind of caught fire about the same time sabermetrics in the game of baseball did. Close anyway, you know. And people in baseball are fighting sabermetrics the same way I'm fighting Twitter.
Who's winning?
Well, I don't know. I'm undefeated against Twitter.
That is true.
Where I was going with this was Goldie. Now, he did ground out to Jimmy Rollins right there, but the sabermetric Triple Crown, which is batting average, on base percentage, and slugging percentage, he's first in average right now, tied with D. Gordon. He's first in on base percentage, and he's second behind Bryce Harper in slugging percentage. I don't know if they give an award for the sabermetric Triple Crown, but you sure want to win it.
You end up leading everybody in OPS and WAR, wins above replacement.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. 1-1 on Yasmani Tomas, who singled his last time up. He's 1 for 3. 3-8-0 for LA, 3-8-0 for Arizona. Tomas finds a gap. Drops it in there. And Slike over to cut it off. Yasmani's trying to stretch it here. And he is out. Well, the Diamondbacks had a base runner thrown out earlier in the ball game, trying to stretch a single into a double. Take a look. I think he got him on the right foot before the left foot hit the bag.
I mentioned earlier when Van Slyke came into the game, he's got a strong throwing arm, and that time he was right on the money.
That's the second 7-4 put out of the ball game at second base for the Dodger outfield. First time it was Ethier throwing out Castillo. That was back in the second. And now Van Slyke throws out Tomas to make it 2 down in the 8th for Jake Lamb.
And both times those plays at second, I think a better slide might have gotten Castillo in, might have gotten Tomas in right there.
What did you not like about that slide?
Well, I mean, most guys nowadays, they know one way to slide into a base. It used to be you had to learn to slide with your right leg under, you had to slide with your left leg under, you had to slide with your left leg under and extend your right leg out to the side, what they used to call a hook slide.
I always see a million old pictures of Willie Mays and people sliding like that.
He takes an extra jab step right there with the left foot to kind of slow himself down. I mean, his entire body's coming into the outfield side of the bag at second. His foot was going to the inside, but he gave Howie Kendrick enough to tag right there that he was able to slap it down before he could get his foot on the bag. I mean, the whole idea for me of a slide is to give that guy as little to tag as possible.
And you saw Marty Foster in perfect position to make the call there. 2-1 on Lamb. Jake has singled twice and scored twice. He's 2 for 3. Get something to drive here on 2-1. '97 upstairs, 3 balls and a strike. Castillo is on deck. Baez walked Lamb last night to open up the 8th inning. And then he gave up that RBI double to Castillo.
This was the Wellington Castilla slide earlier in the ball game back in the second inning.
Three balls and 2 strikes.
Good rip at that. Just to put a ribbon on this slide discussion, but when I played in the minor leagues, we had a day where you would practice sliding. We had coaches out there, okay, we want you to do a figure 4 slide, right leg under. And everybody would go in line and slide and slide and slide. Well, as the day went on, there's no dirt left. It is just concrete. You're sliding in the same place over and over and over again. By the end of the day, everybody was bleeding out of their knees, out of their hips, out of their elbows. And I think over time, players complained enough about it that they eliminated it.
Well, now they have, I know they have these at Salt River Field, sliding pits.
Yeah.
Kind of like they used to have for the long jump in track and field. But I guess they still do.
It really is kind of a lost art, though. Only the guys that'll really take it seriously and work hard on it and come up with variations on their slides depending on the situation are the guys that steal a lot of bases and the guys that run well. Everybody else usually comes up with one slide that they use every time.
Oftentimes it's head first, and then you get broken fingers and hands and wrists. 3-2 to Jake Lamb. Got him. 97. Ninth inning all the way. Rollins, Van Slyke, and Peterson coming up. Neighborhood Pizza Joint. We are athletic supporters. And by Card Power from Arizona Federal Credit Union. Now that's the power of us. Chase Field, downtown Phoenix. Good ball game here for you on Fox Sports Arizona. The Dodgers and the Diamondbacks tied at 3 as we start the 9th inning. And the closer is on for Arizona, his 35th appearance of the year. A 1.36 ERA for Brad Ziegler.
Standard operating procedure at a home ball game. You bring your closer in to save the tie, knowing that you've got 3 more outs in the bottom of the inning to possibly win this game in the bottom of the 9th.
Well, Brad pitched Sunday in San Diego. Worked 1 inning through 16 pitches and got the save, his 12th of the year. He also pitched last night, 1 inning, 13 pitches. So he's on for the 3rd night in a row here, and Rollins will lead off the 9th. Rollins walked and scored his last time up. He's 0 for 2. Boy, that leadoff walk, they get you every time, it seems. Enrique Burgos walked Rollins to lead off the 7th. He came in on a Howie Kendrick single that tied the game at 3. Diamondbacks had a 3-2 lead after 4 on Nick Ahmed's 2-run home run, his 6th of the year. It's the 0-2 to left field. There's a fly ball out to David Peralta. One away.
Highly unusual for Brad Ziegler to give up fly ball outs, but you'll take that first out of the inning any way you can get it.
Scott Van Slyke struck out his first time against Burgos. Social media night here at the ballpark. Now, see, you would tweet that out. You would put it on your Instagram. Whatever you want. This is the more conventional Brad Ziegler out. Pennington at second, 2 down. Go to Kate.
Well, guys, Brad Ziegler, as you know, he is very familiar with Twitter. He's on there a lot, interacting with fans. But what's very unique is back in 2011, it was Twitter that told Brad he was being traded from the A's to the Diamondbacks. That's right. He had not heard yet that he was being traded. He saw his name come up. It was trending, and that's how he found out he was heading to the desert.
That actually happens a lot these days with guys. Reporters break a story. So-and-so's been traded, and you look down, wait, what? And then you get the call. Here's Peterson. He has singled his last 2 times up. Shift is on. Ball 1. Henley Jansen, the Dodger closer, up there. Joel Peralta pitched last night. There's a strike, 1-1. One and two. Wellington Castillo will lead off the Diamondback 9th pitcher spot after that. Then Nick Ahmed. Called strike 3. Mike Winters going to write up Jock Peterson for an equipment violation right there. And that's the end of the top of the 9th. Bottom 9 coming up. We're all tied at Chase Field. Will play the game. Watch Mike Winters, the crew chief of the plate umpire, after Jock Peterson slams his equipment down. Keep your eye on the umpire here.
Leading off for the D-backs.
Right there.
Point at the helmet and the bat and the batting gloves and the elbow guard and the ankle guard. That's what they call equipment fine for throwing your equipment in anger over a call.
And Winters stood there just glaring at Peterson as Peterson, with his back to him, slowly walked out to center field. Mike Winters was standing back there in that same spot the entire time there.
After that call third strike, it looked like a yard sale. Bats and helmets and gloves and guards.
Joel Peralta had a rough inning in the ball game last night. 19 pitches. Gave up 2 runs, both earned on 2 hits, including a home run. And it was Nick Ahmed who got him in the 5th. And Ahmed is due up 3rd in this inning. Castillo the pitcher spot, and then Ahmed. Aaron Hill is out there in the on-deck circle, and Castillo leads it off with ball 1. He singled back in the 2nd. It was thrown out at second, trying to stretch it into a double. He's 1 for 3. Faced Peralta last night. Peralta got him to fly out to center field. Castillo last 11 games. He's got 11 RBIs, including 3 home runs.
That fly out to center field last night by Wellington Castillo against Peralta was the one that very nearly hit the home run porch out there just to the left of straightaway center. Jock Peterson was able to track it down right at the wall.
Well, Peralta might be a little rusty, even though he worked last night. He was just reinstated from the DL about a week ago. He missed 53 games with a right shoulder problem.
He has a max effort delivery. High leg kick, a lot of motion out there on the mound. Really works hard to deliver that ball to the plate.
Made 5 minor league rehab appearances. Gave up 4 earned runs in 4 2/3. 2-2 to Wellington Castillo. It's full 3-2. Aaron Hill will be next. He'll hit for the pitcher. Center field. Jock Peterson at the track. And he's got room one more time. Well, you mentioned, Bob, that was almost a repeat of the fly ball out we saw last night. The Senator on his feet for that one.
Just got under it a little bit too much once again. Well, last night, just a touch further over toward left field, but almost the same location, same arc. Just didn't quite get enough of it. Belt high fastball, outer third of the plate. Castillo lifts it high in the air. You can see the reaction of the fans in the background, but Peterson with just enough room.
So here is Aaron Hill, allowed out number 1. 224 and 3 homers. He walked in a pinch hit appearance in the 8th inning last night. Ball 1.
It's been over a month since the Diamondbacks' last walk-off victory. That was back on May 22nd, the first game of that Cubs series. Nick Ahmed with a base hit to drive home Tuffy Gosewich with the game winner.
See if Aaron Hill can get something. He can pull down the left field line. They're going to stay down and away here. More Diamondback drama. He's got 2 career walk-offs. It's been a while, though.
Needs to update the resume.
Now's as good a time as any. How about that 3-3 game against the Dodgers, 9th inning? You got Goldie down there. Big smiles, relaxed, as easygoing as you could be. Sure enough, he pulls it just foul down the left field line. Right to Kathy Grant down there. 1-2.
Or Justin Turner is positioned defensively down that third baseline. It's going to be tough to get one by him in fair territory to his right. You might be able to sneak one through the hole between third and short, but Turner standing just about a stride off the foul line.
Two and two. Popped him up. Rollins on the outfield grass. 2 down. Well, Ahmed last night, 5th inning, facing Joel Peralta. After Owings had singled, got a hanging nothing ball and drove it out of here. And Nick tonight homered in the 4th inning against Carlos Frias. Went the other way, opposite field home run for his 6th of the year. And he's 1 for 3. Nick in his last 11 games, 12 hits, including 3 homers. Chased one in the dirt, down and away. I asked Chip Hale the other day, you sleep in any of these days? He says, yep, as soon as I get back to the room, I'm out. He's so worn out by the end of the day. It's 11 o'clock at night. He's out cold. Games like this, it's easy to see why. A ball and a strike. Peralta miss with that one, 2-1. Reaches down and lifts it to left. Van Slyke. It drifted on him, but he got back there against the wall. And Peralta works a 1-2-3 ninth. Will play extra innings at Chase Field, tied at 3. Jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. Feed it. David Hernandez on to start the 10th. 3-3 ball game. Dodgers and Diamondbacks. Howie Kendrick, Justin Turner, Adrian Gonzalez, 2, 3, and 4 in the LA 10th. David is 8th appearance coming off Tommy John surgery.
A tie ball game. Every inning is a big inning. Every hitter is a big hitter. But this is the teeth of the Dodgers right here. Howie Kendrick's had a big night with 3 base hits. You got Justin Turner, Adrian Gonzalez, and Yasiel Puig to follow.
Some big outs to get here. And the same can be said for the Diamondbacks. If Hernandez can get them through this 10th, you've got Pennington to lead it off, and then Pollock, Peralta, Goldie, Tomas after that. And a chance to win it. Drives it to Tomas in right. And gone. Howie Kendrick, his 4th hit, and it's 4-3 LA. What do they have to do to get this guy out?
I don't know. You look up and down this Dodger lineup, and there's a number of hitters that you would single out ahead of Howie Kendrick as a guy you don't want to let beat you. But the way he's swinging it back tonight, he is by far their best offensive player.
In 11 games against the Diamondbacks this season, Howie Kendrick has 16 hits and 7 RBIs.
Score to win anyway. I have to score 2.
His 7th of the year. Here's Turner. He doubled in the 1st, singled in the 3rd, had an RBI single to tie it in the 7th, and now a solo homer in the 10th to make it 4-3 Dodgers. Howie Kendrick. Turner 0 for 4. He has struck out twice.
You could make the argument that Howie Kendrick is the key to the Dodgers offense this season. In their wins, he's hit .379 with 32 runs driven in. In their losses, he's hit .167 with only 2 RBI.
Howie Kendrick, 13 hits in his last 6 games.
That's hot.
1 and 2 on Turner. Got him at 95. Turner strikes out for the 3rd time tonight. 1 down in the 10th. The closer will start throwing again in the Dodger bullpen, Kenley Jansen. Pennington, Pollock, Peralta, 9, 1, and 2, the scheduled hitters in the Diamondback 10th. The shift is on for Gonzalez.
How good is Howie Kendrick right now? He's got more hits tonight than Justin Turner, Adrian Gonzalez, and Yasiel Puig combined in this series.
Gonzalez 0 for 4 last night, 0 for 4 tonight. Hernandez behind 3 balls and a strike. Mentioned that Gonzalez's bat has been for him, comparatively quiet the last 2 months. Since May the 1st, he's hit about .260 with only 5 homers. That's in the Cincinnati play. Greinke, Howie Kendrick. Greinke's starting to look a lot like Mark Langston.
Yeah, good call.
With that hair. Former Angels pitcher. Gonzalez, a 1-out walk. So here's Puig. Puig doubled in the 4th. He's 1 for 4. Was hitless in last night's ball game. Base hit into center. Two on and 1 out for LA. Already 1 run in. Pitcher spot is due up, and Alberto Callaspo will take the at bat. And Stites just called up from AAA Reno today. Alan Webster sent out. And he's up and throwing in the Diamondbacks bullpen. Mike Harkey. I mean, you'd like to get out of this inning, obviously. They've used 6 relievers already tonight. Perez, Burgos, Delgado, Hudson, Ziegler, now Hernandez, with Stites warming up.
A lot of arms, but nobody really overextended. Nobody threw an excessive amount of pitches in the ball game tonight, so you would assume everybody's available to go tomorrow unless they show up at the ballpark feeling punked tomorrow.
So Callaspo will hit for the pitcher. Gonzalez is at second, Puig at first. Still just 1 out. 235 on the year. Callaspo grounded out in a pinch hit appearance last night against Andrew Chafin. A switch hitter batting from the left-hand side. That's his good side, quote unquote.
Good side overall, and really his good side as a pinch hitter. He's 0 for 2 as a right-handed pinch hitter, 4 for 8 as a left-handed pinch hitter.
Yeah, he's got fewer than 30 at bats as a right-hand hitter all season. Both with the Braves and now the Dodgers acquired in the Juan Uribe deal. 1-1 pitch. There's a fly ball to Tomas and right. 2 down. Brings up Grandal. Grandal, a 2-run homer in the second. And he struck out in every at bat after that, so he's 1 for 4 with 3 punch outs. Grandal hitting nearly 70 points better on the road than he is at home this year. He's homered twice here in this series. 8 of his 12 home runs have come away from Dodger Stadium. Hernandez behind, 2 balls and no strikes.
As we've seen from Grandal, he's willing to hit the ball to the opposite field. Makes this a very dangerous pitch. Apparent fastball count. David has a good fastball, but you have to put it in a good location. That's a good location.
2-1.
Not sure if Yasmani Grandal is just looking off the pitcher before David delivers the pitch, or whether he's trying to get a peek out of the corner of his eye where Wellington Castillo is set up. He just kind of looks away from the pitcher ever so slightly before that ball is delivered.
Now that's kind of a big no-no, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Peeking.
I think he's just looking off the pitcher. A lot of guys do that. You don't want to get caught staring out at the mound. I've heard hitters talk about when asked, what are you looking at when the pitcher's on the mound? Oh, I'm looking him right in the eyes. That's not what you want to do. You don't want to lock into anything. You want to kind of clear your eyes and then look back to that release point. I don't think he's looking far enough back to see where Welly's set up.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. There go the runners. Grandal again lifts it the other way. Peralta will play it off the wall. Gonzalez scores. They're waving Puig home as well. Yasmani Grandal, a 2-run double. And the Dodgers have a 6-3 lead.
That hurt. Down by a run, you feel like you can get somebody on base and possibly make something happen in the bottom half of the inning, but tack on a couple more. That means you're going to have a big inning to get back into this one.
And here comes Chip Hale. Looks like we're going to see Matt Stites, who would be the 7th Diamondback relief pitcher of the ball game. They trail it 6-3 back after this. Tacked on a couple of runs, but the Howie Kendrick homer to lead off the 10th is the difference here. And Kendrick has just killed the Diamondbacks this season in 11 games against Arizona. He's got 16 hits and 8 RBIs. He's got 5 game-winning RBIs this year if this final score tonight holds up.
They call that money hitting. When the team needs you the most, looks like you're out of the ball game, or looks like the other team is starting to come back in a ball game, he always seems to come up with that big knock.
The 2015 Diamondback debut of right-hander Matt Stites. 37 appearances with the Diamondbacks last year. Jimmy Rollins puts that one in the seats. Matt battled elbow problems all spring long, even really before camp got going. He opened up the season on the DL, reinstated June 1st. He made 9 appearances with AAA Reno, pitching for Phil Nevin, all in relief. He's ahead of Rollins, 0-1. Matt worked 9 innings, but in those 9 innings with the Aces, walked 8 batters and gave up 12 hits. Went 0-1, 3 saves, a 3.00 ERA. This is yanked foul down the right field line. Stites ahead 1-2.
Stites still has that unusual feature to his delivery. You'll notice after he gets a sign from Wellington Castillo, before he gets into his set position, he kind of paws at the dirt with his left foot. Sometimes once, sometimes twice, sometimes 3 times.
It's like a bull about to charge the matador. One time right there. Castillo can't hang on. Matt Stites out of the University of Missouri, a 17th round pick by the Padres in the draft 4 years ago. Acquired by the D-backs at the deadline 2 seasons ago in the deal that sent Ian Kennedy to the Padres. 1-2 pitch. Broken bat roller to Pennington. And the top of the 10th finally ends, but the Dodgers get 3, and Kenley Jansen coming in with a 6-3 lead. Dodgers, but the LA bullpen tonight has been outstanding. 4 scoreless innings so far. Only 2 hits allowed, both singles, a walk, and 3 strikeouts. And now Kenley Jansen is on for the save.
The only fresh arm available out of that Dodger bullpen tonight. Kenley Jansen has been nails once again this year. He's allowed only 6 base hits all season. That's a 115 opponent's batting average. Struck out 26 batters, has yet to issue a walk in 16 innings of work.
Well, the Diamondbacks were down 4-0 last night, and they were down 6-4. Both times they came back, one at 10-6. They'll have to try and come back from down 3 here in the bottom of the 10th. Cliff Pennington, A.J. Pollock, and David Peralta 9-1-2 against Kenley Jansen. Cliff came into the ball game midway through, part of a double switch, and singled in his only at bat. He's got 8 hits in his last 10 games, including tonight. Turner will come in a step or 2 on the grass at third. Diamondbacks looking for base runners here. There's a strike, 0-1.
Cutter from Kenley Jansen.
Nicasio worked a 1-2-3 6th with 2 strikeouts. Gave up a single and a walk in the 7th. Had a double play ball.
Yesterday and
So
today.
a roller to Kendrick. Baez got through his 8th. Peralta retired all 3 he faced in the 9th. 1 down here in the 10th.
Center field, A.J. Pollock.
A.J. Pollock earlier this month at Dodger Stadium.
Cutter on the inside part of the plate didn't move as much as Jansen was hoping for, and A.J. Pollock blasted it out to left field.
A.J. 0 for 2 tonight. He has walked twice. Rally caps in place. She looked a lot happier than he did. Ooh, late strike call there from Mike Winters. We need to talk.
You're walking home.
It's not you, it's me. That one bit Grandal.
32nd time this season and no decision for a Diamondback starting pitcher. You get a look at that foul tip off the bird cage. That's the most in the majors. 32 no decisions. Chase Anderson leads the majors with 10. Ruby De La Rosa with his 7th tonight. He tied for 5th.
Ruby battled through 5 2/3, gave up just 2 runs on the Grandal homer as AJ strikes out.
Left field, David Peralta.
So David Peralta, last man standing. He walked in the 3rd, 0 for 3. Series finale tomorrow, Fox Sports Arizona. Diamondback Live pregame show at 6. A couple of lefties, Robbie Ray and Brett Anderson. And then the Rockies come in for 4, starting on Thursday. Colorado won at Oakland tonight, 2-1. Padres were shut out at home by the Mariners 5-0. Giants lost at Miami.
Rare non-cutter that time from Kenley Jansen. Ahead in the count, just tried to drop a breaking ball on that outside corner. I think that was more for the benefit of the advanced scouts than anything else, because that'll go on the report. Well, he tried to throw a backdoor breaking ball to David Peralta. Left-handed hitters will be looking for that pitch. He may never throw it again.
Just missed with a fastball away. Well, you hate to go down with Goldie on deck. You want to at least give him a shot to get up there, even though you need at least 2 base runners here. Dodger bullpen did a good job here tonight. Since the end of the 5th inning, the Diamondbacks have only 2 hits, both singles. Pennington and Tomas. It's full 3-2. Goldie on deck. Ball 4. Diamondbacks still alive here. Oh, pipe down. So Goldie gets a chance. He walked in the first, singled in the fifth. He's 1 for 3.
3 for 13 lifetime against Kenley Jansen with a homer and a double. That's about as close as anybody gets to owning Kenley Jansen, a .230 batting average.
Peralta will take second. There's strike one. Defensive indifference. Oh, 2. Goldie drives it to left center. It's off the base of the wall. Peralta will score. Goldie's in at second with an RBI double, and the Diamondbacks will get the tying run to the plate with 2 outs.
A little bit of a shock to the system for Kenley Jansen. He's not used to giving up solid contact, let alone screamers like this. Deepest part of the ballpark out there at the 413 mark, short hops the wall. David Peralta cruises home.
Ray Connicutt to the mound. Interesting how the expressions have changed there over the course of this inning.
Whole lot of offense standing out there at second base.
Sure is. Yasmani Tomas tonight 2 for 4. He has singled in his last 2 at bats. And he is the tying run at the plate with 2 outs in the 10th. He homered here last night. In the air, way up in the air. Foul ground, right side. In the seats. Tomas down 0-2.
Pick a hitter other than Goldie to be at the plate against the Dodgers. It would probably be Yasmani Tomas in his last 3 games plus tonight against the Dodgers. 6 for 18 with a couple of homers. We'll have to battle now against Kenley Jansen.
Well, when you gave up the 3 in the 10th, you had to say, well, find a way to just get a shot at it. Well, this is it right here. Called strike 3. Dodgers win the ball game 6-4. Mike Winters rings up Tomas, and LA has even the series at a game apiece. The Dodger bullpen did an outstanding job, and Howie Kendrick continues to crush the Diamondbacks. Is your Arizona Federal Credit Union Power Player of the Game, his 5th game-winning RBI versus the D-backs this year.
Well, we've given him a lot of credit this season for being a professional hitter. He went above and beyond that tonight in the ballgame.
And the D-backs face a Dodger bullpen that went 5 innings. Gave up the 1 run, 3 hits, had 5 strikeouts. Brandon Webb is standing by with Todd Walsh. Diamondback Live on the air.
All right, thank you very much, Steve. It certainly is. And Brandon, we got lots to get to. Before we take a break and come back and reset, just give me one word to describe Kenley Jansen.
nasty.
Yeah, that was impressive, wasn't it?
Very impressive.
The difference to this game, I think, obviously the bullpens. One executed, one didn't.
Yeah, it was a totally different ball game from last night. Last night's Dodgers blew up. Tonight they were lights out.
All right, we'll break it down. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll get on the field with Kate Longworth. We'll talk about how the Dodgers put together a victory in Game 2 of this series. Up to the broadcast booth we go. Bob Brenly will join us, as he always does. And then we'll go downstairs. Chip Hale will address the media. You'll see that. And inside the Arizona Diamondbacks clubhouse, that's what we do. It is Diamondbacks Live, and it's coming up in a matter of moments from Chase Field. The series now even at a game apiece. The Dodgers and Diamondbacks Game 2 is in the books. Back with more Diamondbacks Live in just a few.